Yo, people on the internet. Yeah, that sounds so fucking good, by the way. What's up? How you guys doing today? We got Lucas, Saints, Yua, everyone else chilling down in the chat, lurking and all that kind of stuff. How you guys doing? What is up? What is up? What is up? You could say that he had a blast. Jesus Christ. I don't know where the fuck did Saints got that gift, but I fucking love it. This is a gift of the week. Gift of the week! Oh shit! I'm gonna put it here. It's gonna chill in here. For no fucking reason. Just cause I like it. You're revoking your comedian badge. Oh shit. That should be a segment of your stream? What do you mean? Oh, GIF of the week? I can see that, I can see that. Considering you guys been posting a shit tons of fucking memes on the Discord. Especially Saints. I don't know, Saints seems to have an endless amount of fucking memes to post on the Discord. Like, Jesus Christ, man. Alright. Let's do the draw. Let's do the draw. Ah, oh, fuck. I don't know where to put it. I'm gonna put it. I don't know, man. Yeah, it's here. It's fine. Since he's to spend his time only in gift land, exactly. Exactly. Alright, first off, showcase the art from yesterday, which is a sexy back. And then we gotta do something new today. A shit. Why not bareback though? I thought of it. Not gonna lie. Ah! Listen. Oh yeah, it's still there. It's still there. You know what? Okay, I just have to see it. I'll color it. Just for the curiosity. Oh, the thingy thing is a little bit different. I see. Cat butt. Oh, okay, let's not. What the fuck? Oh. Iru! Mezashita! Monoga Aru! Good gamer! With the resub 13 months! Oh shit! Audio alert fucking muted! Fuck me! Alright, hold up. Let me do another one, because that doesn't count.
I'm not a weeb. I'm not a weeb. I guess I watch one anime here, one anime. I'm not a weeb.
Hey. I fucking love that alert. What's up, good gamer? How you doing? What up, what up? How's your day doing? Actually, how's everyone doing? I haven't asked you guys. How you guys doing in this fine Saturday? Chatterino, whether you just woke up, if you're on the western side of the world, or if you know, been doing stuff throughout the day. How's stuff? How's stuff? Question, how do you finish Elden Ring without burning the tree? I saw someone do it. I don't know if it's a mod. The Earth Tree? That's not possible. Unless there's an ending that no one has found yet. There's this one ending that recently someone discovered, but you can only trigger it if you mess around with the file. So it's like, it's not an official ending. It's like a redacted ending from the final release, but the file is still in-game type of ending, but apparently it's not official. It's probably not accurate to the lore or something like that. All good. How about you? Chillin', chillin'. Not much going on. Not much going on. Just the usual day. The usual stuff, you know? The yush, the yush. If I have a few days off, hell yeah. Yeah, I forgot the name of the ending, but basically, it's a spoiler-ish ending. I would assume the ending was meant to be a DLC ending. I mean, obviously I got spoiled, but from after I see the clip, it does seems like it's supposed to be a DLC type of stuff. So if you care about that, you don't want to get spoiled, you want to get the charm, I guess don't look it up. But again, this is assumption. I'm assuming it's gonna be a DLC ending because it's not possible to obtain that ending lore-wise with how it is. So yeah. Oh my god. Okay, let's just draw. This is too scary, man. I never asked, but which ending did you get, Red? I got the Age of Stars and Moon, the Ronnie's ending. which is pretty nice. The age of absolute. The call Stephen Armstrong to rip the door open ending. Basically. Everyone choosing four-arm waifu, me including, of course. Well, to be fair, I was a little bit already invested on Ronnie the moment I met her. I was like, oh shit, I'm doing it. Fuck it. Like, I'm invested. Like, I didn't even know her ending. She have an ending. I just want to finish her quest line, but apparently she's one of the ending. Because before that, I thought I'm just gonna get like a default ending. Because I didn't really do anyone else's quest line. I avoided the dung eater and all that kind of stuff. So yeah. The dung eater. So can you remove the frenzied flame marks after curing yourself? I don't think so. The mark looks very physically permanent. I just randomly found her in that one hole you drop into. Almost missed that you have to talk to her doll multiple times. Wait, you do have to? I don't remember. This one's not it, chat. It's too much work. I'm just gonna do. The hoodie looks too good anyway. Where the fuck is the is it this? Oh, it is. I like the hoodie. The hoodie. Without the line art though? True. It does look very shady. It's not finished though. It doesn't look finished. Like I always wanted to learn how to do like a proper painting, but I just don't have enough patience for it. Cuz it's a longer progress. It's a longer process, a lot more complicated. There's a lot of things that I need to learn more, like color combination, better lighting knowledge. Like from afar, it looks pretty fucking good, but the more you zoom in, the more you get and see the detail. That's where I gotta practice more, actually. But yeah, it does looks pretty fucking good. Not gonna lie. That's how I usually measure how good or my progress on learning shading. Like how far am I? Because if you remove the line art, you can see the interaction between the base color, this, combined with the shading to create an artificial lighting. So, nerdy art talk, that's how I or some people learn shading and measure yourself, like, does this looks good and stuff like that, because line does not exist in real life. We just do that because it simplified the shape of things that we draw. But in reality, it's not. That's not. That's not a thing. That's why when you remove the lines, it seems very. It looks a lot real. It looks, whoa, like what the fuck, you know. But that landed into another art style, basically. Actually taught me how to shade. Hell yeah. I would say my shading style is pretty, usable. It's not that complicated, but at the same time it looks good for what it is. Did I hear dung eater? You do, and then she makes fun of you for being a weep that talks to dolls. Wait, what? I fucked up again. I can't turn him into a puppet now. Wait, him? Straightforward, like it's easy to understand the process of what and how you're doing. Mm-hmm. I I love drawing, but I just cannot, for the love of God, focus on a single drawing for days. Like, it's rare, especially if I do it for myself. If it's commission, it's different. There's an urge because you're getting fucking paid by someone else. But if I do it for fun, like, I just move on, next one, move on, next one. Because I like the result for what it is. I don't really crave the super detailed and all that kind of shit. I like the more simplistic, not too much detail kind of style. But at the same time, I want to learn more things outside of my comfort zone. The ADHD kicks in. Exactly. Exactly. Guys, music's too discotheque. Can I pay you to draw your persona? No. That's not how it works. You can pay me to draw yours, but even then, I unfortunately do not accept persona because I do not have the knowledge to do that. I don't have the skill. I am a very weeby person, so I draw weeby things. It makes a good cash though. True, not wrong, but what can you say when you're not passionate about it, Because I already concluded that for drawing, I want to do it for fun for a living. Wait, for fun forever. Like, sure, I'm down to make money from it, but if I'm not having fun, I'd rather quit and do a fucking 9 to 5 job. While at the same time, after work, I can still draw whatever the fuck I want. Because based on my experience, I've tried part-time, a little bit of full-time, freelance project. Drawing when it's not fun, or when you take like let's say you do freelance and then you take a project that you have doubts at first and then you just like, whatever, let's just accept it, we need the money, And then when you're not enjoying it, it's suffer. It's painful process. That's why nowadays when I take commission from people, I take a longer talk. Like, what kind of things do you want me to make? I'll make sure that me and the people who commission me, like, we both see the same thing, and no one's being forced to do anything. Because in the end, for me, art is something that I enjoy. So if I can make money from it, fuck yeah, that's cool. But if I cannot, hell, I mean, I'm still happy doing it, kind of thing. This is still down to personal preference, of course. Because there are some people out there that don't mind, like, making money hardcore from art, but not really for me. Too much.
Oh my good
Oh,
guys, my water disappeared.
Meow 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 meow.
meow. I see you did it wrong. But hey, what's up, Ray? Thank you for the resub 15 months. God damn. Thank you, thank you. How you doing? Welcome back. What is up, brother? What is up? Damn, these songs are fucking disco. So yeah, that's how I perceive art. Something I do because I do love it. Make me feel good, man. Feel good. Chillin', chillin'. How about you, man? Also chillin', just doing some artsy stuff. You know, the usual, the usual. Right back, alright. But with that being said, if you can find enjoyment and, doing a crazy amount of commission and go ham on making it financially capable in arts, dude, that's fucking amazing as well. Like, it's something that's not easy to do. It's not easy to enjoy, basically. And if you find enjoyment in that, fuck yeah. It feels so fucking good. Sorry, Jesus. Ha 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 ha. Come to Ayo. Come to Ayo. The loathsome dung eater. Okay, the musics are all over the place right now. Hold on. Music! Okay, this one's chill though. God, talking about Elden Ring again, I want to play it again, dude. By the way, later we're gonna watch Vaati's new video, yeah? He finally uploaded a new video. Literally titled Elden Ring Lore Explain. Gonna explain the whole fucking thing. Oh my god, it's gonna be so fucking cool. Even though I already know half of it, Vaati's explanation is always fucking blast. I forget how long is it as well. It's like pretty fucking long. So many nice vids? I know. It's pretty crazy, not gonna lie. IH? Who's that? I know Joseph Anderson. Dude always makes some fucking heavy duty video. But I haven't watched him. I always save his video for like when I'm just like chilling for like long time because his videos are fucking 1 2 hours long. So I don't always have the time to watch his video. Unfortunate. What I like about Joseph is that he always goes in depth and like telling a story whenever he review a game. It's so fun to listen to him. I usually listen to him or watch his video in the background while I'm doing work or am I drawing commission and all that kind of stuff off stream. It's like a mini podcast. It's so cool.
Is that Astolfo binoculars?
Oh shit. Someone recognized it immediately. Alright. Yes, it is. I haven't drawn Astolfo for a while. I feel like I need to. It's been a while. What's up, Payne? How you doing? To be fair, his hair is pretty iconic. Cock. I'm actually surprised we still don't have people be like, what the fuck was everyone typing cock in the chat? Either that or they just like quickly ditch like what the fuck is going on in this channel? The cock invasion. Remember when I was new and asked what the fuck Mia was? Yeah, Mia was the thing, yeah. Mia was the one that everyone spammed back then. And then it slowly turned into Cockney. What the fuck? This shit. Wow. Come back to me. Mm. Dum, 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 dum. Just got home cook. Welcome home, welcome home. This is what I meant when the music gets weird. There we go. We'll draw a sofa. Now I gotta draw neither, because you guys not gotta be able to see it. Shut the fuck up. Ah! Shit. There's no way I'm gonna draw that. Shit. Farewell. Yeah. Any card. Any card. Any heart. Mm-hmm. Mm. Okay, it's not bad. Yup. Sorry. Damn, his hair is very complicated, huh? Look at that, what the fuck? Would it something hyper? Hyper! I've been cheated by you since I don't know when. That's right. Made up my mind to an end. What? I don't know how. Lose control inside my soul. One more look and I forget everything. What? Yeah! Here I go again, my. Mamma mia. Yeah, I've been broken hearted. What? Why did I ever let you go? Mamma mia. Why I can never let you go. Breathtaking. Every time he gets type in as so I see that fucking emote. Got to. Way too long. You know how much that's strong. Just one look and I forget a bell ring. And one more look and I forget everything. Ha ha! Whoa. Mamma mia. My. Yeah. Why my? Yeah, I've been broken hearted. Lose is the day we parted. Why did I ever let you go? That's the now or never. Mamma mia. Goodbye. Yeah, I've been broken hearted. We parted. Did I ever let you go? Okay. Of course, this drawing is gonna summon Jigs. What's up, Jigs? How you doing? shit. Bitty 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 bitty. God damn it.
Coxy jerkastolfogasm.
God damn it, Chad. So I haven't decided which outfit should I draw for him. Should I do the casual? Oh my god. None. Okay. Alright. Jesus Christ. Is this Twitch? Holy shit. Chad's down bad. Don't point upwards, Jigs, you fuck. You're a fucking mod here. Control yourself. Whoa. Twitch or Twiporn? Pronto! Yeah. Can... Open... By the way, you keep making fun of me saying Leo's 12, but Sofa is definitely 02. Okay, dude, shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. You should do the Sailor one, the ping. I don't know about the Sailor one. Not a big fan of that one, I'm gonna be honest. Oh!
Dude, the thing that everybody...
Oh my god! Wait, what the fuck is alert just cut off? Blue CRW696 with the sub. Oh shit, thank you for the sub, man. Appreciate it, much love. Welcome. Welcome to the Special Friends Club. Oh, whoops, 6 months back. What? What? Jesus Christ. All right. Thank you so much. Holy. What the fuck? You haven't even followed. You sub first and then followed. Holy shit. What a fucking Chad. The power of a Stolfo. Thank you. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Much love. Hey, what's up, Doomy? How you doing? Thank you once again. If that's actually true, 6 months. Holy fuck! Thank you so much. Appreciate much love. God damn it. How you doing, Blue? And what's up, Doom? How you doing? How you doing as well? Let me try the casual outfit. Kamsamida. I'm good. I've had me going for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. What the fuck? Hell yeah, Indomie. Let's go. If it's not Indomie, it's okay. It's still me goreng anyway. Let's go. Yeah, I ain't shit. I ain't shit. Let me see. Last time when I drew a Sofo, I also did it in the casual outfit, right? Oh wait, it's open hoodie. Me. I don't like traps, he said yesterday. What do you mean? What's up, Kay? The back. I know, right? You guys can check out the full HD of the drawings on Twitter, by the way. So if you haven't followed me on Twitter, twitter.com/raddtrap, or you can check on the panel down below. Or type an exclamation socials in the chat. I post most of my drawings, finish or work in progress over there. So if you want to check it out, go ahead, do so. Do so. By the way, is there a back fetish? Never seen much artists draw the back of their OC. I actually, the origin of that, I just want to push my anatomy stuff. And drawing back is actually hard as shit. So, yeah, I draw front, side, and then back side now. Because overall, in the future, I'm gonna have a full character sheet for Rhea in case you guys or anyone else want to make a fan art of her. I'll build like a full-fledged front side, back side, side what of the character. I'm really sure there's in fact back fetish. 100% for sure, for sure. Like, you know, if you dwell on Twitter long enough, you've seen everything. Everything is a fetish. Mm-hmm. What's that clip? We know why frontside is your favorite. Good one. Shit. Actually, I think like a couple of days ago, I've seen a very highly detailed Yae Miko back art, like really fucking detailed. I was like, what the fuck's almost look like a picture instead of a fucking drawing. I don't remember the artist though. It's so highly detailed. I was like, okay, it's a back fetish, 100%. I mean, if you're a long-time viewer, I'm pretty sure I guess already figured out what are my likings at this point based on my drawings. Rhea, Leo, you know, all that kind of shit. Yeah, it's really easy to figure it out. It's not it's not hard. Not trap. I don't really draw traps a lot. Like I only like Astolfo and Venti in terms of like traps because I really like their design. That's it. Like I don't care about any other traps anymore. That's the only reason I like this too. They happen to be a trap. All right. They're cooked. Oh my god. Sorry. Oh, sorry. That seems like straight or curve, something thin. Oh my god. Coke might become the most used emote in this chat at this rate. I know. You know Mario Holic though? True. That's a. Oh, fuck. Why you gotta expose me like that, man? God damn it. Alright, Mario Holic is a classic, right? I'm pretty sure everyone have watched it. It's a classic, alright? There's no particular reason why I want to watch it. Oh shit. Aren't all of them curved at least a little bit? Shibal. I should stop reading you guys. Fucking shit, chat. I swear to God. I swear to fucking God. Holy shit. Oh. Toshi underscore AMK. Thank you for the follow. Welcome. How you doing? Okay, I think this is a little bit too big. Oh my god. Oof. Hello from Tokyo. Hello. What's up? How's everybody's drawing as an avid fan of the Fate series? Oh shit. New additional of the Fate series fans. We also got a very very curated Rin fans here in the chat. Fellow Fate fan. Welcome, welcome. Silver traps. Then here's a place to be. Not really. Don't plan like fake news. I just happen to draw it here and there. I draw a lot of stuff. I draw a bunch of stuff. But if you want a more accurate representation of my arts, you can check me out on Twitter. I post every drawing stuff over there, so if you like what you see, you check it out on Twitter. Programmer. More of a Sakura Mato guy. Ooh. Ooh. Do I have a favorite character in Fate? Outside of Astolfo, of course. Oh, what's her name again? Shit. The shit. I forgot her name. Wait, hold up. Let me check. There we go. Just put people over there, so you can explode over there. Read like anything from Felix Argyle to Totsuka Saika. How do you know this, Saints? Hello? Shit. Tamamo. Tamamo no Mae. Yeah. I like her. I like her design as well. Her outfit's fucking bangers, dude. Ooh. Yeah, Sulfa and Tamamo. Excuse me, I'm a raddtrap follower. Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. Fair enough. Oh, Mike. Alright, thank you. Whilst I rarely mention this in front of non-anime types of people, I love sharing this with other weeps. I'm working with other Japanese and Asian people aside from myself on illustrating a manga project, which hopefully a studio in Tokyo recognize and we get to settle on an animated series. Oh shit! That's a very passionate project, dude. Hope it works out. Hell yeah. That's cool. I like it. I like it. Stuff, man. Tamamoshi is a babe, I know. Exactly my thoughts. Everything. Again? Alright, there you go. It all returns to nothing. Tumbling down, tumbling down. Yes, sir. Best of luck. Best of luck. That's fucking cool. I love it. Those passion project stuff. Best of luck. Keeps buzzing? Yeah, I don't know. Recently it's been doing that again. I haven't got buzzed for a while. It's fucking mic, man. Actually, I rarely mention this, but Radu is working on a self-edited story. No, I do not. Shut up. I do not have any plan on anything fanfic, whatever the shit. I only draw. That's it. Everything's on Twitter. That's about it. Maybe in the future. I want to dwell into other stuff, but as of right now, I'm gooch. I'm gooch. So there is a chance we get to see Rayo. I mean, I've drawn genderbend Rhea before, but it was a long time ago, and the art style is very different now. My art style is very different. If it's cool with raddtrap, I can ask for an MP4 copies of Season 1 from Studio in the future so we can watch in the feed, see if people have a server. Holy shit! Sure! I'm down. Hell yeah. That'd be cool, that'd be cool.
Think about the possibilities. Radu, Rio X Leo, Rio X Astolfogasm, Rio X your mom.
Good one. Alright. We're good, we're good. Thank you. Dude, what is wrong with my mic lately? Oh, wait. That was weird. Shut the fuck up. You turn me on like a light switch. Around. Like a light switch. Want to turn me? Show me how you do. You want, you want, you want, you want, you want. You tell me what are you? You don't need vibrator if you have. Chat. I guess so wild today, huh? Oh, what the hell? Today? True. Yours are always wild. Cook. Oh my god, sorry. This song remind me of Made in Abyss soundtrack for some reason. Kind of similar. What is this song? When? This is turning out pretty fucking well so far. We're gonna compare it later to my old Astolfo drawing. I think it's so fucking different now. Sofa contract? No. Let me show you in a bit. Community will love the anime because it's almost a decade's worth of brainstorming. Hell yeah, dude. That's how progress works. That's how progress made. Brainstorm. Plan on reaching out to a studio in around 2024 when I finish writing the storyline, when my friend can finish the manga's illustration. Oh shit! So it hasn't been published anywhere, I'm assuming. AZ. I don't know much the progress about how, you know, how do you propose on a animation, because, you know, I'm assuming it's pretty fucking complicated progress. Obviously. Ba, ba, ba. It's turning out very fucking well. Need to go write a plot for season 5. I'll be back next stream though. Alright, dude. Have a good one, man. Thanks for stopping by again. Thank you for a follow as well. Much love, much love. Is it okay for me to DM you or sneak peek with one of the characters? Sure, sure. Love to. I do not mind. Holy shit. Okay, that's some cool shit. God damn. I like the fucking katana design. Oh, that's so cool. Sheesh. Wait, no, I don't know. Is it? Am I allowed to show or just like a private thingy thing? Cause you know, maybe it's still a thingy thing. Toshi? Ah, unlucky chat. Can't see it. Cannot show it without permission either. It is exclusive content now. But it's real. It looks pretty fucking cool. Not gonna lie, it looks pretty fucking cool. It's some kind of like a character sheet design of the characters. Pretty fucking dope. Exclusive or explicit? Exclusive, exclusive. Motherfucker! Motherfucker! Don't mix it up.
Is the character your mom? Cock LLLLLLL.
Good one. I think the face makes it really well. This one, the face and the hair, like goddamn, it's very well made. Perfection. Damn, that's rad. Wicked. Well, let's do a quick comparison of my current Astolfo art and the old Astolfo art. Which was, I think it was a sketch request from Jigs, like way back. Like way fucking back. Oh! I drew Astolfo twice before. A Jigs request and Jigs birthday. Alright. Where is it? I keep getting distracted by Topolo. It's so cute, isn't it? Like, wee! Show us? Hold up, hold up. So this is Astolfo from raddtrap 2019. Way fucking bad. Holy shit. Look at the art. Oh! Progress, dude. Jesus Christ. That's crazy. Progress. That's right. And then the other one, Get Good Trap. The other one was on 2020, I think. I forgot. 1 year later after that, it was Jig's birthday. There it is. Damn right. The stage of raddtrap art over the years. God damn, god damn. Oh, and one extra one. Extra one. Where is it? The Astolfo Leo. I don't know, I guess fucking Jigs again. There you go. 4 stages of Astolfo art. Why? There you go. Don't ask why, it's a fucking sketch request. I had to do it. It is what it is. But yeah. This one was not bad. This one is 2020, I think. For Jig's birthday. And this is the current one. Dude, holy shit. How did I drew this? God damn. Sheesh. Sometimes I miss my own drawing. Especially if you see a progression over the years. It's very motivating, actually. Red cosplaying? Okay, you know, listen. Chat. Chat! Ah! I really do hope everyone forgot about that when we actually get partnered. Oh my god. I'm not excited. When? I don't know. Whenever we do get that check mark. Probably not anytime soon. Oh my god, I forgot about the bow. The hair bow. I'm in the cosplay? No, exactly. I only gotta do the cosplay if I get partnered. I'm not gonna do it willingly. It was a bet. I forgot who asked it. I'm not gonna fucking do it willingly, dude. Oh boy. Oh, shit. If it's like sketch requests, it won't be in the next 10 years. What? Did you do sketch requests? We get a sketch request like next stream. I'm down. Probably tomorrow? Sunday. Just enjoy the show. They're still Bungie, yep. So I increased the fucking price. You guys, seems like you guys have so many fucking points. Like, what the fuck? Where are all these fucking points coming from? Your gato is cute. Thank you. That's what everyone said about Leo as well. I know he's cute as heck. And everyone agrees. From watching a guy who loves traps, sucks at games, and doesn't do sketch request. I will eventually do it. Oh, I just realized the hoodie is oversized. Just enjoy the show. Keep forgetting to do a cover of this song. Okay. Is that too big? Nah. That's what she said. Ah, to you, shut the fuck up.
I think you're missing the big cock rad LLLLLL.
I'm not missing anything. Okay. Oh my god. Well, welcome back. What's your honest opinion? It looks fucking sick. That's what my opinion is. God damn. Especially the blade. God damn, that looks so fucking good. Sheesh. Looking slick, man. Looking slick. Show us the art. Actually, can I show this on stream for chat, or is this like a private thingy thing? Still a, you know, in the making thingy. Sure? Okay. 1 second. Not the MC, so it's fine. Ah, I see. Hold up. Um. Oh, wait, it's gone. Is gone. Can you resend it? I don't see the image. I don't know. Gonna be a trap in there. God damn it, Chad. You guys are fucking. Yeah. Resend it? Alright. There you go, chat. Kablam! Nero. Look at those blade. Oh! God damn. This character design is so fucking cool as well. I like it, I like it. Sheesh. Very nice, very nice. It's like a character sheet style, is what I told you guys. Like the details and everything. God damn, god damn. So you say the other guy, your friend, is the artist? Ah, I see, I see. That's cool, that's cool. I like the art style. It's pretty fucking dope. It reminded me of I forgot. It's a very shonen manga. Oh, I love it. Brings back. I used to read a lot of shonen back in the day. Shonen manga. Where's my friend will be at a panel at Comic Con, hopefully in the foreseeable future. Hell yeah. That's what I'm talking about. Hell yeah. Hell yeah.
I am Nero, blade of your mom, I will cock you cat boom.
Bam, bam, ba-da, ba-da, ba-da. Cat boom. Alright. Here comes the braid. Holy shit, the hardest part. Let me just. Mm. All right. Oh shit. This cross between a shonen and seinen because it has elements of comedy similar to shonen, but the theme regarding more adult topic and more mental health correlating the seinens. Ah, gotcha, gotcha. That's dope. That's dope. Very nice. What about for getting delayed and took? Yeah, it's getting pretty late there. All right. Good night, Toshi. Have a good sleep. Thank you for stopping by. Thank you for the follow. I'll see you next time. Bye. Mm, actually, let's do a little bit more. Okay, his braid is not this long, so that means it's got to be like around this. All right. I get this guys waiting for you. Okay. Bada bing, bada boom. Alright. Skirt. Alright. Not bad, not bad. It's getting there, chat's getting there. It's already 2 hours though. Shit. It's almost gaming time. Gaming. Ba-ba-bum. 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 I'm getting hungry actually. It's almost food time. It's food time. Hush. Ba-ba-bum. 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 Food time and Vaati video. Exactly. Probably gonna color this tomorrow then. Oh my god. Let me add a quick color on the eyes though. The classic, the usual ritual. Take control. Hey. Ah, shit. Dangerous. That is very dangerous. Gonna lurk and play some hunt. Have a good one and don't trap too much, Radu. Alright. Have a good one, Lucas. Thank you for stopping by. Thank you for. Where are you going? boy. How could you be so blind? So blind. Wow, wow. Book up. Go back up. Where are you going, boy? So lost. How could you be so blind? Wow. Okay. God, soulful hair is so fucking complicated. Really think about it. It's kind of interesting though. It's very iconic as well. That's why I really like the design. And of course, wait, hold up. I will just place over it. Don't forget the white stripes. Very, very important. And then God damn. Are they looking pretty good? Damn. Oof. The face says it all. Yeah, that's why I think I nailed the face really well on this one. Otherwise, it looks so good. Oops. I mean, most of your drawings are smuggy. Not wrong. Not wrong. I am a big fan of that facial expression. Alright, the rest of the things are not done yet, but I just want to see how it looks overall. Although the ping's a little bit too much because that's a Reyes ping. Let me make it. This ping is a little bit more very light-ish. No. A little bit orangish. Yeah. That's the shit. Yeah, okay. That's more like it. Yeah, now that's a Stolfo color. No. Number no. So forward energy drink. Alright, let's save it here for now. Very nice. I do like it. I do like it. Very cool. Very cool. No, I don't know your number now. Boop, boop, boop. No love for me. God damn. from me. No, 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 no. I'm gonna save it like this for now. Maybe. Let me do the puff thingy thing. Just so. No, I don't want your son. No love from me. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. Alright. Alrighty, alrighty. Save it. Twitter. I'm gonna upload this on Twitter, so if you guys want to check it out a little bit more detail, go ahead to the Twitter. Alrighty, alrighty. Oh, I notice the hair. Dorito. Away from me, answer I'm gone. We're screwed. There we go. Oh shit. Forgot. It's always weird when you forget like things that you miss once you about to upload things on the fucking Twitter. It always happens. Like I don't see it and then I upload it. I was like, wait, I missed this. And then I fixed it, upload it again. I was like, wait, I missed this as well. Like, god damn it, man. The worst thing is that when you already uploaded it, and then you notice it like hours later, I was like, oh my god, I cannot replace it anymore. Oh, Jesus. Ness, MHX, thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. Welcome, welcome. How you doing? Thank you for the follow. Honey, we're screwed. Honey, we're screwed. Like the alert? Hell yeah. Welcome, welcome. After it all, there's one away from me after I'm gone. 1 second. Honey, we're screwed. Honey, we're screwed. Rumbling, rumbling, rumbling. One of cock. Wait, what? Wait, what? Ba, 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 ba. Oh my god, sorry. If I lose it all, slip and fall. Bam, 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 bam. Lose it all outside the wall. Another day. Counting down everything that you said. Da, da, da. Oh yeah. All right, sorry. And we're gook. There you go, chat. There you go. If you guys want to check it out. And alongside my other stuff, everything's on Twitter. Oh my god. Dude, my back. My back. If I lose it all. If I lose it all, slip and fall. Alright. It is time for React Andy people. React Andy. It all outside the wall. Oh wait, I forgot. Gotta export the thingy thing. The team laps, the team laps. It's gonna take a while. Alright, we'll do React Andy right away. Grown old too fast? Wait, what? Okay. I remember there's another thing other than the Vaati video. But I don't remember. What else did we want to watch, chat? No, yeah, that was the thing. What's the other one? I remember there's two. This? No. But what the fuck is this?
Arise.
Oh my god, what the hell is this thing? Hold up, let me just stack the videos first. Damn, one day, less than 1 day, it's already 1 million views. My man. Oh, Project Grunt. There's this like I don't know, a team, I'm assuming, make this like very cool I guess Warhammer inspired game, and they call it Project Grunt. It looks very fucking sick. Ah, the Dung Eater lore. Exactly. Alright. Topolo, gotta hide real quick. There we go. Let me hear that. Alright. What else? What else? Daily Dose. Where is it? Whoa, wait, Medicine got a release date. No shot, mate. No shot. Release date trailer. Oh shit. Do you guys still remember Medicine? This game was like announced like fucking years ago. But they never really got a official release date.
Hello, everyone.
No. Not yet, not yet. Oh, Hyper Light Breaker. Alright. We got a lot now. Actually, I gotta go to the toilet though. Project Grunt, I bet it's about orcs. We'll see. I actually haven't watched it at all. But we'll check it out. We'll check it out. Shit, I gotta go to the toilet real quick. What's this?
Ye tarnished, ye dead, who yet live. The loathsome dung eater, the berserk booty bomb banqueter, the crazed caca consumer, the dastardly doo-doo devourer, the evil excrement enjoyer, the freaky fecal feaster, the garish guano gobbler, the hellish hot sloppy hoarder, the infamous icky slicky ingester, the mad manure muncher of berries, Number 2, Nibbler.
Why? There's more?
The pesky poo-poo plunderer. The sickly shit snacker. The tricky turd taster. The worrisome waste wamper. Sir Gideon Offney. The all-knowing. The repugnant rectum robber. The lecherous low-down luncher. And one other, whom grace would again bless. The horrible poo slurper!
Alright, that's a good one. Good stuff. Alright. God damn it. The number 2 Nibbler. That one's so dumb, holy shit. Oh fuck. What did I come into? Welcome, Strawberry. Welcome. I don't know, man. I don't know. Shit. I gotta go to the toilet real quick. You guys enjoying this quick daily dose of the internet? Alright, perfect.
Hello everyone, this is your daily dose of internet.
Jesus Christ.
This guy was kind enough to give his pet pig a blanket.
Have your blanket. I have your blanket. Good piggy.
You can see the exact moment when the person using the saw realizes that something isn't right. Is this the most unathletic person of all time? This dog was blown away by this magic trick.
I'm back.
Drop, I'm back.
Oh my god, what the fuck?
This guy was working out when the owner of the gym saw him lift 400 pounds.
Where did this kid come from? He's a baseball and just ripped 400 pounds off the floor.
It was nothing. Jeez.
These guys use their dog to
Damn.
swipe on a dating app.
Chad. Aww. Good boy. Wait, what the fuck? So cute.
Here's a cool device acrobats will use to practice their moves.
Whoa. Oh, that's so cool.
That is the end of this video. I really hope you enjoyed, and I'll see you guys again very, very soon.
Later.
This guy was kind enough to give his pet pig
Nice. Wait, what did I miss?
This guy was kind enough to give his pet pig a blanket.
Have your blanket. I have your blanket.
Aww.
Good piggy.
Oh, what the fuck? That's so cute. That's so cute. Alright. Now, Project Grunt. Or Grimar Fulgate. I don't know what the hell is this. I think it's this one. I forget which one, actually. Actually, hold up. Oh, it is Orc. Look at this, dude! Tell me that's not awesome. Like, what the fuck? fucking sick? Like, the fucking scale. Oh my god. This is made in Unreal Engine 5. Like, holy shit. Right? Hold up. Like, sure, this is still in work in progress, obviously, but like, it's already looking very fucking amazing. Like, the sense of scale of everything is just fucking insane. Like, it just screams passion project. God damn. There's goblin dancing. Inside. The other one that I saw last time. Okay, I think this is just showcasing the Ogrimmar Gate. What was it? The one that let me found this Prince of Persia, the fuck? Remake map. Project Grunt. This was like early, I think. Animation's fucking sick as well. Unreal Engine is really crazy though. I don't know, it's just very cool. It's just very cool for me. You think your YouTube's in night mode? Otherwise I'm about to roast the fuck out of you. Everything's night mode for me. I don't do light mode. Whoa. Okay. Oh, animation, hello. Oh, so there's some kind of like a... Oh, this is a similar concept to the Sand of Time. That's cool. They need to make a sequel for Prince of Persia. Son of Time was a really good game for what it is back then. Slayer of Persia. I was up for a second. Did you watch Meow Soul? Cat Souls. Cat Souls? The fuck? The fuck is a Cat Souls? Oh, I mean this. I haven't clicked it. Dark Souls cat. Okay. The Dark Souls 1 roll sound. What's funny is that it's also a fat roll sound effects when you're overload. So your roll is just too heavy. It's a fucking chonky cat. That's so funny. Holy shit, good one. Good find, good find. That one. Good shit. Oh my god. Alright. Next one we got the Medicine official release date teaser trailer. Okay, so it's a release date, but also a teaser. I don't know why. But we talked about this game before as well. It's been delayed to the like so many times. They're doing the Insidious creepy song. Okay. Fun. June 24. Oh shit. That's pretty soon. Oh. Okay. Hey. The new logo is pretty fucking sick as well. If you guys don't know Medicine, let me see. Their latest trailer. It was pretty good. 7 months. Okay, it's this one. It's pretty fucking good. Do they use Honey Tim song? Yeah. Something similar, maybe. I don't know. But yeah, they're doing that. The Insidious style. Creepiness. Oh my fucking god. I already saw it before, I still got scared. God damn it. But yep. As you can see, why I'm really excited about this game.
The attic.
It looks pretty fucking amazing. Really looks fucking amazing. But of course, it's a game. We can only judge it as a game. We'll see. Fingers crossed, but trailer looks fucking amazing. I'm hyped. Pretty hype, pretty hype. Oh, there's more. Okay, never mind. There's no more. Yeah. was Medicine. June. Okay. Very soon. Alright, next one we got Hyperlight Breaker. This is a sequel to Hyperlight Drifter. Really sick fucking game, by the way. Hyperlight Drifter. I'm a huge fan of them. The Heart Machine. So sexy. God, the aesthetic is just so cool. Ah! Bro. I'm also hyped for this one because Hyperlight Drifter was such a good game. Such a good game. Wait, Strixo just dropped a video 30 minutes ago?
Video games are pretty cool. I think everyone can admit to that. The ability to immerse yourself in a virtual reality and play out fantasies otherwise completely unknown to us is something that will always draw in new people. Whether you want to live out being the #1 Pokemon trainer in the world or become the most profitable truck driver in all of Europe, the stories at our fingertips allow us to build connections to fictional characters and escape from things that could be stressful in our real lives. A lot of the franchises I grew up playing as a kid to escape from things in my life were kinda built around something referred to as the rule of cool. It's a trope in fiction that's defined on the idea that you can break the lore or logical consistency of your franchise to have a scene or character that does something cool. When someone wants something in a franchise that's cool, even though it's kind of stupid, they'll do the cool thing, and afterwards just tell anyone who questions it, rule of cool. In that way, you can basically just consider it the anti-MatPat plot device. As an example, let's look at a franchise that I grew up with. Halo is a story that expressly follows the rule of cool as often as it can. Halo is described best as an epic space opera that tells a story about a war to save the galaxy. While yes, it has its sad moments, scary moments, and funny moments, it's a first-person shooter from the 2000s. Its largest focus is on things that are cool, even if they don't really make a massive amount of sense if you think about them for a little bit. Halo 2 is the first game I ever played, and was the first time I was exposed to a cutscene where Master Chief takes a bomb, gets sucked out of a cargo hold, manages to float through space, dodging a massive space battle, activates the bomb in a Covenant supercarrier, and jumps out of the ship just as it explodes, only to somehow land on a UNSC frigate that also just so happens to be the In Amber Clad, which Master Chief needs to be on so he can get a ride down to Earth and fight a scarab in New Mombasa. This level of disbelief you need to suspend isn't even an outlier in this game or the franchise as a whole. It's always been this way. Let's go back to Halo 1. How the fuck does Captain Keyes know how to fly a Covenant ship? Simulation's my ass, bro. It was cool if he crushed a hunter in a cutscene. There's an entire webpage dedicated to how the final mission of the game makes no sense because the Warthog run should have ended after like 10 seconds. Because the actual length of the Autumn is 1/5 of the track you drive on and is going in the opposite direction of where the hangar bays are. But you aren't thinking about any of this while you're playing because the Warthog run is pretty much this game's quintessential moment. The grand finale of this massive adventure you've been on for the last few hours. Bungie did this to bring you a story that's more epic and enjoyable instead of something realistic and grounded. I'm sure Halo C would have still been held as a revolutionary, industry-defining masterpiece if the game ended after you beat 343 Guilty Spark and flew away from the Autumn safely without any of the drama or flair, but that drama and flair is infinitely more interesting for everyone involved and is a decision I'm glad they made. The same goes for Sergeant Johnson. As a character in the story, he was literally just a Marine that was always around to say quotable lines, but Bungie liked him so much they wanted to keep his character and give him a larger role in the franchise. One small issue is that Halo's legendary ending killed him off. So how do you write around this? How did Johnson survive the explosion?
Sorry, Guns. It's classified.
Get a funny scene in, he says a cool line, and you can sell a book about what actually happened afterwards. Everyone wins. And it's not entirely that logic or lore doesn't matter for a story. World building is an important aspect in any story and can greatly enhance your experience consuming it. I'm just saying it's cooler when Miranda Keyes in a cutscene says we're going
To war.
in response to the question of where she should direct her troops, and then awkwardly walks back down the stairs in-game to start giving actual orders, instead of her just saying, like, north or something, we need to go shut down this AA gun. I'd much rather the Forward Unto Dawn make this insane entrance set to some crazy music as opposed to it just landing normally with absolutely no flair. Okay, so I think you get it. The rule of cool exists, but the drawback of this is that you can only use this rule on things that are actually cool. Throwing out random bullshit and being like, rule of cool actually, doesn't work because the stuff thrown out was straight ass. Doom, as a franchise, is a great example that adopted this rule and adapted itself into the modern age over time. Doom in the 90s was definitely a franchise that lived by the rule. Don't get me wrong. You start the game by being dropped into a room full of demons, and you learn pretty quickly that these guys are not your friends, as squishy and friendly as they might look. Doom doesn't go out of its way to explain much to you, mostly because it doesn't really need to. Doom Guy, that's literally his name, kills demons because they killed his pet rabbit. It's powerful motivation. But after Doom 3 came out, id, I assume, looked back and was like, well, we made the game we wanted to get across originally but couldn't due to technical restrictions, but what about that version of Doom we left behind? That non-stop, in-your-face, bloody, gory action is what id was looking to add in their next installment of the Doom franchise, after a little hiccup, but we don't talk about what Doom 2016 was originally going to be. Instead, we got Doom 2016 as we know it today, and thank God, man, that other Doom looked bad, like really bad. I'm sorry if you actually wanted this, but oh my God. It took what little aspects Doom had and not only expanded them, but added on to them. You no longer just kill demons, you to relentlessly slaughter demons. Someone who was once known as the Doom Guy is now known as the Doom Slayer. Your friends with Dr. Samuel Hayden, who is a robot with a strangely sexy voice, see a woman get turned into a huge spider monster that has a turret for a body, and the soundtrack has gone from the most badass riffs a MIDI could produce to actual kick-ass metal that I listen to on a daily basis. All of this, and we still get to keep the stuff about the bunny. It's impressive just how good of a job it did with these games. Another franchise, in my eyes, that uses the rule perfectly is Devil May Cry. I mean, considering it was made by the same guy who made Resident Evil 2, Okami, and Bayonetta, perhaps it's impossible Devil May Cry could be bad. And it isn't, obviously. I am yet to play the first 4. They're definitely on my list now, but I picked up DMC 5 recently because of a video I had recommended to me, and wow. Storm that is approaching.
Oh! Oh my God.
How is this not the literal embodiment of the rule of cool?
Yeah.
While Devil May Cry is definitely over the top to the extreme, it all works because it's actually cool and isn't too up its own ass to not be able to take its serious moments
That's so
seriously.
fucking cool.
Inversely, DMC Devil May Cry, the reboot, has a confusing name, definitely doesn't earn any of its cool moments. The character is named Dante, but has none of his charm and is just an asshole. Dude doesn't even have Dante's hair and instead just insults it in an early cutscene. Like, bro, you're going to insult fucking Dante? Devil May Cry Dante. Never in a million years. My ass, bro. First and foremost, never insult his looks again. He is infinitely more dripped out than you could ever hope to be. And secondly, your hair turns white towards the end of the fucking game anyways, so what was the point of the insult? I mean, the game sucked ass anyway, as far as I'm aware. I know it's gotten a lot of flack already, but it's one of the greatest examples of the rule of cool's downfall. Honestly, of all the examples I had lined up for this explanation, from Resident Evil 6 to Duke Nukem Forever, the best ones I could talk about are any Tetsuya Nomura games. Now, wait, just hear me out. I'm begging, Kingdom Hearts fans. I don't think the games are bad. The only one I might even consider bad is Strangers of Paradise, but that's only because of what I've heard about it. I haven't played it yet. I just think that this man's story writing is insane, but you don't need me to tell you that. A story that spans across like 4 different consoles, 13 games, and every single one is integral to understand the whole plot. It's not even that the rule gets broken, if that's the word for it. It's that this man uses it so much on characters that are so hard to take seriously. The dialogue for all of these characters is so fucking stupid, and that's not when a Disney character is on screen. Look at Mickey Mouse. He looks stupid. This is supposed to be a big moment. All of this isn't to say that realism in a game is bad, or that it's bad if a game or franchise consistently stays within the confines of the reality it sets up to tell a story that doesn't have to make you suspend your disbelief. If you enjoy your games being like that, or even just enjoy them being realistically based modern-day simulators, that's not wrong. I mentioned Euro Truck Simulator in this video offhandedly, and while I don't personally see the draw in coming home from your job only to log on and essentially just work a whole other job driving around cargo for a fictional company, I'm not the sole arbiter of enjoyment. Truck on, trucker man. Hopefully one day I'll adopt the rule of cool into my own videos. And hey, maybe you can live by the rule of cool in your own life. Because the rule isn't limited to video games. It's a thing in any other form of media you can think of. Kill la Kill, One Punch Man, and Dragon Ball are all anime defined by their uses of it. So, follow the rule of cool by subscribing to my channel and clicking on the playlist below to hear more of my horrid opinions.
Cool. Rule of cool. Noted. That's right, chat. If you subscribe to raddtrap, you immediately applying the rule of cool in life. Wicked. Alright. Finally. Oh god. 30-minute video. Oh my god. You guys ready? Got my snackies here. I'm ready. 3, 2, 1, go.
Our story doesn't begin in the lands between. It begins in the cosmos, far away, with an outer god called the Greater Will. There are a lot of outer gods mentioned in Elden Ring. You can think of these kind of like the Great Ones of Bloodborne. They're distant beings, they're all-powerful, and they're quite unknowable by design. But many of these outer gods want to make their presence felt in the world. The Greater Will, maybe most of all. To this end, it sent a golden star hurtling towards the lands between. The Elden Star's incantation tells us that this golden star was bearing a beast, an Elden beast.
Okay.
The Elden Remembrance calls it a vassal beast of the Greater Will. If you didn't know, a vassal is someone who holds land on behalf of their overlord. Obviously, this is fitting in this case, because the Elden Beast occupied the lands between on behalf of the Greater Will, and was a living incarnation of the concept of order. As such, this beast would later become the Elden Ring. The Elden Ring itself is made up of runes of power, some great, some small, that together represent a sort of logic for the world to follow. Thus, the Elden Ring represents order. The true nature of this order is a subject of constant debate and research undergone by fundamentalists. But two of the key fundamentals are the laws of causality and regression. You can think of the law of causality as cause and effect, where actions have consequences, and those consequences are new causes that branch out into infinity. These are the relationships between things. Then there's the law of regression that states that all things eternally yearn to converge and return to their roots. Fittingly, then, the Elden Ring is housed within the Erd Tree, which towers over the lands between. But it's very important to stress that life in the lands between did not begin with the Erd Tree, the Elden Ring, or the Elden Beast. No, the lands between were occupied well before the Greater Will came. There were other beings here. There were other factions here. There were other gods here. And there was even another great tree here before the Erd Tree.
Shit!
And this is
I didn't know that.
A huge twist regarding the Erd Tree comes in. So, there are incantations in the game called Aspects of the Crucible. According to their descriptions, these are manifestations of the Erd Tree's primal vital energies. And I quote, "They are an aspect of the primordial crucible where all life was once blended together." But how could all life be blended together in the Erd Tree if the Erd Tree appeared after life existed? Well, there can only be one answer, right? That the Erd Tree is a parasite, and it took over a tree that existed here before. This ancient tree was called the Great Tree. So the Great Tree was almost certainly the location of this primordial crucible, and it must have been a very powerful primordial force for the Greater Will to have commandeered. It might even be the reason the lands between is important to the Greater Will in the first place. It also explains why spells and enemies related to the Great Tree's crucible would eventually be looked down upon. For example, the Knot Talisman is fashioned from a knotted vestige of the crucible, and it was considered a signifier of the divine in ancient times, but is now increasingly disdained as an impurity as civilization has advanced. Enemies related to the crucible are the Omen, the Misbegotten, and the Crucible Knights, and all three of them would be shunned, enslaved, or imprisoned. Those who speak for the Erd Tree don't want you to know its roots, so to speak. According to the spell, protection of the Erd Tree, in the beginning everything was in opposition to the Erd Tree, but through countless victories in war, it became the embodiment of order.
In Marika's own words, the Erd Tree governs all. The choice is thine. Become one with the order, or divest thyself of it, to wallow at the fringes, a powerless upstart.
But the Greater Will needed more than a big tree. It needed loyal agents in the lands between. To this end, it has the Two Fingers, who are its envoys. The Two Fingers heirloom has a weird picture of them, but it reads, "Of course, fingers cannot speak, yet these are eloquent. Persistently they wriggle, spelling out mysteries in the air. Thus did we gain the words of our faith." These words are interpreted by the finger readers. These are the undying old crones that you would have found throughout the lands between. They pass down the wisdom of the Two Fingers, or at least they used to.
Your fingers, please, your fingers.
Your fingers.
I can read them.
Most of them appear to have lost their purpose, and they're desperate to read your fingers and tell you annoying riddles, since their two fingers are likely dead. And yes, of course, there are multiple sets of Two Fingers. You would have found their corpses on the tops of the divine towers.
Okay.
Atop these towers, you loot the fingers in order to activate the true power of a great rune. Specifically though, you are giving benediction back to your great rune. You're taking a blessing back from the two dead fingers, essentially. This is just one of many blessings that the Two Fingers can bestow, and my point is kind of that the Two Fingers clearly have more than just influence. They have real power on some level. The Greater Will needs these powerful envoys and agents because, while it's obviously incredibly powerful, it does seem limited by a few things. First is space. The Greater Will didn't come to the lands between itself, it sent an elden beast to do its bidding instead. Second is time. There is a moment later in the game where your pair of Two Fingers go still because they're forced to commune with the Greater Will for guidance.
When they are finished, the fingers will again offer their guidance. But thousands, if not tens of thousands, of moons must first pass. No matter for me. But you, how will you ever manage to wait?
So the Greater Will needs a physical manifestation of order. It needs envoys to convey its will, but what it also needs is a god. Introducing Marika the Eternal.
Oh shit.
I have this utterly enormous mind map of
Oh
Elden
my
Ring's lore, and there's a reason she's at the center. She's essentially
Wait the fucking minute.
Mind map of Elden Ring's lore, and there's a
Oh my god. Okay. Chat, if you haven't subscribed to Vaati by now, brother man.
I have this utterly enormous mind map. There's a reason she's at the
Holy
center.
shit.
She's essentially the equivalent of Gwyn from Dark Souls.
True.
Except, unlike Gwyn, Marika didn't just crawl out of the dark and find power. To an extent, it seems like she earned it. We don't know much about her origins, except that she is of the Numen race, which is actually an origin that you can choose in the character selection screen. Numen come from outside the lands between, and are supposed descendants of denizens of another world, long-lived but seldom born. At some point, Marika was chosen as an Empyrean. What is an Empyrean? Well, an Empyrean is a being chosen by the Fingers as a candidate for godhood. As an Empyrean, Marika received the aid of a shadow to do her bidding. So what is a shadow? Well, it's a wolf, shadowbound to its Empyrean by the Two Fingers. Luna Princess Rani is another example of an Empyrean with a shadowbound beast. You would have met Blythe.
Oh my
These
god.
creatures are the Empyrean's very own shadow. They are completely loyal to their needs and, by definition, incapable of treachery. Marika's shadow was a beast called Malekith. Every Empyrean uses their shadow in different ways, but Marika's sole need of her shadow was as a vessel to lock away destined death. So what is destined death? Well, according to Enya, it's the rune of death.
The Rune of Death goes by 2 names. The other is Destined Death.
We mentioned earlier that the Elden Ring is made up of runes, and at some point, maybe when she was chosen as a god, Marika plucked the Rune of Death from the Elden Ring. She gave the Rune of Death to Malekith, her totally loyal shadow, who bore a black blade imbued with this rune. It's kind of genius, really. In a single act, she removed the concept of death from the lands between, while also commanding total control of death through her shadow, who could deliver it at her whim.
That's actually powerful.
Now, some of you might be asking, if death is removed from the lands between, how come I can kill this dog? First off, shame on you. Second, from a lore point of view, that dog isn't really dead. It's simply in the process of its spirit, or its soul, returning to the Erd Tree. Catacomb dungeons, for example, are specifically constructed near the roots of the Great Tree for this reason, so that the Erd Tree can reabsorb their ashes back into it. This process replaced the concept of a death that you were destined to have. But this random spirit outside of a catacomb dungeon says it best.
Especially until the time comes and the root calls to you.
As another example of this theory, when you kill a major boss, you receive a remembrance of them. These are spirits, and they are hewn into the Erd Tree. In this way, thanks to the Erd Tree's grace, their spirits are immortalized, in a sense. This new form of death also explains what's happening when you summon spirits.
From ash and return to the Erd Tree.
However, some spirits never return to the Erd Tree, and they rise within death as corpses or skeletons instead.
Unthinkable or hallowed place to refuse the Erd Tree call to return to live within death.
So this was the new order. And it's important to stress that it was in this moment, when the Rune of Death was removed, when Destined Death was taken, this is when Order became the Golden Order.
The forbidden shadow plucked from the Golden Order upon its creation.
Specifically, this was Marika's Golden Order. So not only did she become a god and a vessel for the Elden Ring, she became renowned as Marika the Eternal for her removal of Destined Death.
Makes sense.
It was a huge part of her character and her reign as well. However, Marika had more than just death to conquer. She had wars to fight, as the world was occupied by many forces that could threaten her Golden Order. There was war with the Stormlord, who likely ruled over Stormvale, and there was a war with the Giants, who were masters of a flame that could burn the Erd Tree. There was war with the Ancient Dragons, who incidentally had stones that could twist time and thus slay a god. And finally, there was war brewing with the Carrion Royalty, who had previously obeyed laws which contravened the Golden Order. Thus, sort of similar to how the Greater Will needed an Empyrean to enforce its will, Marika herself needed someone to wage war. So, there was to be a husband, a consort, an Elden Lord. The man chosen was Hoarah, a ferocious warrior who became known as the Lord of the Battlefield. His crown was warranted with strength, and while it was for this strength that Marika married him, he was also required to take a vow to conduct himself as a lord. To suppress the ceaseless lust for battle that raged within, Hoarah took the beast regent Sarosh upon his back. You'll notice this is another example of a beast being given for the purpose of serving order. Thus, in this moment, he went from being Hoarah, warrior, to Godfrey, the first Elden Lord, consort to Queen Marika, and a certified demigod. Godfrey and Marika had 3 demigod children together. There was Godwyn the Golden, who you saw being killed in the opening trailer, and there were also the reviled Omen twins, Morgoth, who guards the Erd Tree, and Mohg, who became Lord of Blood. You might think that Godric was another demigod child, but he actually wasn't. Instead, he was probably descended from Godwyn. Anyway, we'll talk about the demigods more in detail in another video, so subscribe for that. But for now, just know that Godfrey and his offspring were the first demigods, henceforth known as the Golden Lineage.
Alright.
In his wars, Godfrey led his 16 knights into battle, who were named so for they fought with the primordial powers of the Erd Tree. Their incantations were aspects of the Crucible itself, and they likely fought giants, dragons, the Stormlord, and more to usher in their age. the age of the Erd Tree.
In Marika's own words, "Hark, brave warriors. Hark, my Lord Godfrey. We commend your deeds. Guidance hath delivered ye through each ordeal to the place ye stand. Put the giants to the sword and confine the flame atop the mount. Let a new epoch begin, an epoch glistening with life. Brandish the Elden Ring for the age of the Erd Tree."
The Erd Tree would go on to be largely seen as a blessing for all of those in the lands between, especially those close to it in Leyndell, the capital city of the Erd Tree. The tree bestowed blessings. For example, the dew that dropped from its branches were like jewels. It loomed overhead as a constant reminder of order, and its roots reached far and wide, relieving many of the burden of death. In fact, Erd Tree burial was one of the highest honors a hero could receive. One by one, the previous factions of the world fell. Stormvale was conquered, and the Stormlord was defeated. The giants were put to the sword, and their fell god was killed by Marika herself. The ancient dragons broke down the walls of Leyndell, but met fierce retaliation. However, I think the House of the Erd Tree encountered the most trouble against the land to their southwest, Leonia. Here, the House of the Moon repelled their offensives time and time again, and I mean that literally, because there was not just one but two wars fought here, and in both of these, there was no victory for the Golden nor for the Moon. And I suspect it was probably because of these lobsters. These damn things can snipe you from like a mile away, and it's bullshit. Actually, it was probably because of the Carrion Knights, who, according to their weapons, were able to wield sorcerous battle skills, and despite numbering fewer than 20, this power made them a match for even the champions of gold in battle. These enchanted knights were anointed by the Lunar Queen, a young astrologer who went on to establish the House of Caria as royalty in this land. With her bewitching lunar magic, she won over the Academy of Raya Lucaria, where glintstone sorcery was studied, and united the Carian royal family and the learned scholars of Raya Lucaria defended their home from the golden aggressors. At the head of this great golden army was Radagon.
Lord Radagon was a great champion, possessed of flowing red locks. He came to these lands at the head of a great golden host when he met Lady Renala in battle.
These two champions clashed, fell in love, and joined their houses.
Radagon once cleansed himself with celestial dew, repented his territorial aggressions, and swore his love to Renala. The Order of the Erd Tree and the fate of the Moon were conjoined, and all the wounds of war forgiven.
You might think it strange that the Greater Will would permit this union, but it's not too odd, all things considered. As with most From Software games, sorcery and faith are just two sides of the same coin, and both of these powers stem from the cosmos. Radagon and Renala were known to have 3 children together. Lunar Princess Rani, who inherited her mother's propensity for lunar magic, Radahn, who took after his father Radagon and would go on to master gravitational magic, and Rykard, who pioneered new hex sorceries and would go on to feed himself to a great serpent. It follows that at some point after this, Marika began to harbor doubts. Doubts about the Golden Order, that she had had a hand in creating.
In Marika's own words, I declare mine intent to search the depths of the Golden Order through understanding of the proper way. Our faith, our grace is increased. Those blissful early days of blind belief are long past. My comrades, why must ye falter?
And it's at this point that we should talk about Marika's motivations, her character. This is surely going to be one of those huge points of debate in the coming years, but for now, my working theory is that she wanted to discover the truth behind order and the truth behind the Greater Will, and she believed that bonds had to be broken so that they could be better understood. She believed that there was great meaning to be found in hardship.
Pull up.
Days of blind belief are long past. My comrades, Why must ye falter?
And it's at this point that we should talk about Marika's motivations, her character.
Right.
This is surely going to be one of those huge points of debate in the coming years, but for now, my working theory is that she wanted to discover the truth behind order and the truth behind the greater will, and she believed that bonds had to be broken so that they could be better understood. She believed that there was great meaning to be found in hardship.
Queen Marika has high hopes for us, that we continue to struggle unto eternity.
For Lord Godfrey, his struggle ended at the end of his campaigns. According to his armor, he led the war against the giants, faced the Storm Lord alone, and then there came a moment when his last worthy enemy fell, and it was then, as the story is told, that the hue of Lord Godfrey's eyes faded. In truth, he was robbed of his grace. Then Marika sent him away.
My lord, and thy warriors, I divest each of thee of thy grace. With thine eyes dimmed, ye will be driven from the lands between. Ye will wage war in a land afar, where ye will live and die.
What a bitch.
This became known as the Long March of the Tarnished, as Godfrey and his tarnished descendants walked away from the lands between. But Queen Marika absolutely had a plan here, that Lord Godfrey and his descendants would one day return stronger, having struggled outside of grace.
Then, after thy death, I will give back what I once claimed, return to the lands between, wage war, and brandish the Elden Ring, grow strong in the face of death. Warriors of my lord, Lord Godfrey.
Soon after, she found a new husband. Either that or a new husband was found for her.
When Godfrey, first Elden Lord, was hounded from the lands between, Radagon left Rennala to return to the Erdtree capital, becoming Queen Marika's second husband and king consort, taking the title of Second Elden Lord. The mystery endures to this day as to why Lord Radagon would cast Lady Rennala aside, and moreover, why a mere champion would be chosen for the seat of Elden Lord.
Whatever the case, as a part of this union, Radagon's prior 3 children with Rennala became demigod stepchildren, granted grace thanks to their new family tree. Rennala was broken by this, and so was her country, Leonia. The Queen's set reads, when Rennala, head of both the Academy of Raya Lucaria and the Carian royal family, lost her husband Radagon, her heart went along with him, and then those at the Academy realized that Rennala was no champion after all. In the wake of Radagon's betrayal and Rennala's poor judgment, Leonia struggled with civil war, with the Academy of Raya Lucaria on one side and the Carian royals on the other. And it's here, during the age of the Erdtree, that Lunar Princess Rani, daughter of Rennala and Radagon, stole a fragment of the Rune of Death.
It happened during the golden age of the Erdtree, long before the shattering of the Elden Ring. Someone stole a fragment of the Rune of Death from Malekith, the Black Blade.
As mentioned previously, Malekith was Marika's shadow, and he had sealed destined death in a black blade. Then a fragment, only a fragment, of this Rune of Death was stolen. And once this happened, Malekith went a step further in protecting destined death. He bound the blade within his own flesh, such that none might rob death ever again. It was too late, however. This fragment of the Rune of Death was used immediately, that night, to kill a demigod, Marika's own son, Godwyn the Golden.
That was the first recorded death of a demigod in all history, and it became the catalyst. Soon, the Elden Ring was smashed, and thus sprang forth the war known as the Shattering.
Now, there is a lot of really credible evidence that Marika was behind this plot to have a fragment of the Rune of Death stolen. There's also a ton of evidence that Marika is behind the entirety of your Tarnished quest, but we'll talk about that in another video. For now, all you really need to know in terms of the timeline at least, is this. After the marriage of Marika and Radagon, and after a fragment of the Rune of Death was stolen, Marika went on to shatter the Elden Ring, and Radagon attempted to repair it, to no avail. The Elden Ring had been broken into runes, some great and some small. Now, you'd think this is when the world would fall apart, like the Elden Ring, you know, and the Shattering War would ensue, but it kind of can't have happened like that. Instead, order must have remained loosely held together for a time. In fact, I speculate that this is why the Divine Towers were built. They're arranged in a ring, and there's one Divine Tower for each great rune of the Elden Ring, so that even after the Shattering, some semblance of order could be maintained, and the Elden Ring could be kept together to an extent. But order wasn't the only thing that was getting forced back together at this stage.
You know, it's said that Lord Radagon harbored a secret. A famed sculptor of the Erdtree capital was once summoned to render Lord Radagon's likeness in giant stature, when he glimpsed the skeleton in Radagon's closet. And as such, it's said the great statue harbors his secret too.
Of course, the huge twist in Elden Ring is that Radagon is Marika, or depending on what you believe, he became her, for she knew it was going to happen.
In Marika's own words, O Radagon, leal hound of the Golden Order, thou art yet to become me. Thou art yet to become a god. Let us be shattered, both. Mine other self.
You can tell when From Software is keeping something a little bit open-ended, and of everything in Elden Ring's lore, this will also go on to be one of the biggest unknowns.
It's got hella spoiled. I mean, you already know if we gotta watch a Vaati video, it's going to be a spoiler. But it's like a very minor spoiler that, you know, in terms of like enjoying the game, still enjoyable.
For example, the wording, thou art yet to become me, reinforces that Marika and Radagon were two separate entities before the Shattering.
Exactly! This is what I thought. Everyone told me like, no, man, no. It's like Marika and Radagon's the same thing. They're just unique gender. Like, what the fuck?
However, in contrast, there is also evidence that Radagon was always part of Marika. For example, Enya says that
the demigods are each and all the direct offspring of Queen Marika.
But how can this be if Radagon married Renala and had those demigod children?
Yeah.
The only way that makes sense is if Radagon was always Marika and he just went over there to seduce Renala long ago. I'll present more concrete theories in the future, but on this matter, the most important thing is, what do you think?
No one really knows.
You can figure out a ton of Elden Ring's story. Not all of it is open to interpretation. Certain things are, and this is one of them. And your interpretation is a big part of what makes this story special. At any rate, the union of Radagon and Marika seems to be a union of two fundamental opposing laws of the Golden Order. We mentioned these laws earlier, actually. There's the law of causality, and Marika is an agent of cause and effect. And there's the law of regression, as Radagon is a character who aspires to be complete and regress together. So I have a theory that forcing these two beings that represent these concepts together would have corrected Marika's deviance. But even so, she was imprisoned in the Erdtree for the crime of the Shattering.
Marika's trespass demanded a heavy sentence. But even in shackles, she remains a god and the Vision's vessel.
So the Elden Ring had been shattered, but as I mentioned earlier, there kind of had to have been a period of relative peace here before the Shattering War began.
True.
In fact, for example, the conjoined Radagon and Marika even had two demigod children of their own during this time.
Doesn't make sense.
And Malenia. These two children were born afflicted. Mikola was cursed with eternal childhood, and Malenia harbored a horrific rot within. Even so, these two children were both chosen as Empyreans. They were immensely sacred beings, and eligible to inherit godhood from the Greater Will. Perhaps the Greater Will was just desperate to find a worthy successor. And indeed, in the shattering war to come, many would try to claim the shards of the Elden Ring, and they would try to take the throne, including, of course, the Tarnished, who returned from their long march at long last, which we'll talk about in the next main lore video. I should probably also mention here that if you become a patron, you'll see upcoming lore videos early, as that's one of the rewards you get if you pledge to the $3 tier. And if you think my channel really adds a lot of value to the Souls games for you to the point where you pledge $20, then in this new tier you'll receive a new mug every 3 months that has a unique design on it, to do with the games by From Software. There are 4 to collect. The first one you get is inspired by Dark Souls, then Elden Ring, then Sekiro, and finally Bloodborne. They all have fantastic art that I worked on with an amazing artist named Chu. But anyway, I figured this is the right place to end this video because the information here is going to be overwhelming. I bet it probably was too overwhelming, you know? It took me ages to commit these names and the relationships they had with other characters to memory, so I hope you guys are doing alright. One thing that helped me a lot was that we designed an enormous mind map with pretty much all of Elden Ring's lore, all of its item descriptions, all of its dialogues, all of the relationships between characters that we can think of.
Please tell me I can access
all of this together, and it helped a ton in learning about the story and visualizing it all. And one day I will make this asset available to you all, because I think after doing it, I think this is the quintessential way to piece together the story, and I think giving you guys this asset eventually will make that accessible for people. So I'm really excited about that. I want to thank Absa and Zard for accepting the paid task of helping me put all the raw data into this mind map so that I could better understand everything. I want to thank Paragod for fulfilling all of my footage requests and creating so many cinematic scenes for this video and for you all to enjoy.
Oh my god.
And I last of all want to thank John Devlin for the incredible thumbnail. And of course, thank you for watching. There are some really exciting things ahead, and I actually believe this might be the best story that From Software have ever put together. I just think not only are there so many amazing item descriptions, but so many of them are impactful. There are so many moments where you piece together the story and have like a eureka moment, and I'm enjoying it so much. But now I'm gonna go and play the game a little bit because I've been editing this video for too long. So, see you next time.
God damn. Dude, 30 minutes just went by like that. What the fuck? Bro. I need more. What the fuck? Yeah. I mean, dude, there's so many things. My brain feels too short because it's not done. Vaati's gotta make shit tons of video of it. No worries. Oh my god, that's a lot to take though. Although most of the things in this video we kinda already knew. Like, you know, since, you know, it's been almost, what, a month now? Has it always been a month now? Since the game release, and, you know, after playing it a couple times, the lore sinking in. It's like, oh, right, of course, it's that and this. Right? It kind of makes sense over time. It kind of makes sense. Link? What? Oh my god, another one?
I finally did it! After weeks of non-stop gaming, I completed Elden Ring. This game was big, perhaps a little too big, yet still, completing it was one of my proudest achievements in all of gaming. However, after neglecting my friends and family for weeks on end in pursuit of completion, I now had nobody to share my accomplishments with. So in an act of desperation, I called up the only person I knew would listen to me. Let me just Elden Ring up a phone sex worker really quick.
Hello, baby. Welcome to 1-800 and our name says it all. Hello?
Hello. How would you feel if I told you that I've defeated nearly every single boss in Elden Ring?
Oh, that's so sexy. I love a man that can just, you know, take charge.
Well, you want to know how I did it, baby?
How'd you do it?
I did it all with the help of gamer subs. And if you use my code, you can get 10% off at checkout.
Dude.
Now tell me, Valerie, what would you do for some gamer subs?
I'd love to while he plays Elden Ring for the second time. The whole time.
Yeah, I like that. I think you would definitely need to wash your mouth out with some gamer subs after that. Now,
Why?
I'm not going to beat around the bush. I'm just going to come right out and say it. Elden Ring is a fantastic game.
Why?
But I do think that it's far too big for its own good. And we'll get into that later. It looks great, the gameplay is fantastic, and the RPG elements are very addicting. There's a reason I spent 75 hours in this game. I wanted to see every area, I wanted to demolish every boss, and I wanted to complete quests. Much like Aerosmith, I didn't want to miss a thing.
Good one.
This game also provides a pretty decent challenge where even defeating regular enemies can sometimes feel like a big accomplishment, especially if you do so without taking any damage. And then we get close. And he didn't even touch me. Like I guess every girl I ever met. Wow. Elden Ring is an amalgamation of every game Microsoft has made over the past decade, and it's a catalog of games that I just so happen to be very, very familiar with. Aww. And while Elden Ring does feel awfully familiar to a FromSoft veteran such as myself, there's still some new stuff to appreciate, like platforming, force combat, and item crafting. But even with all of its new additions, Elden Ring does feel as though it's retreading old ground. It's got your classic Souls-like mechanics with your lighting of the bonfires, which serve as checkpoints and fast travel locations. You lose all of your currency on death, but you can go pick it back up, unless of course you die on your way there, in which case your runes are all gone forever, and your life is ruined. It's got that impeccable Dark Souls level design that loops back on itself with shortcuts, it has the fluidity that came with Bloodborne's combat, and it's got Sekiro's stealth and jump mechanics. And as good as all of this stuff is, it still feels like something that I've already played before several times over. I mean, there's a handful of other reused assets out of other FromSoft games. All the catacombs felt similar to the Chalice dungeons from Bloodborne. The melee combat felt as though it was practically ripped straight from Dark Souls 3, which was of course influenced by Bloodborne, and gameplay-wise, sorcery hasn't really changed all that much since Dark Souls 1. But I mean, hey, if something ain't broke, don't fix it, right? One thing Elden Ring does have over the rest of the games in FromSoft's catalog is a seemingly unlimited amount of builds and playstyles, which ought to keep just about any type of player happy. You can do a melee strength build, maybe a Scarlet Rot build to poison opponents, a sorcery build, a build that harnesses the power of dragons. You can tweak a consumable so that it makes you explode after you drink it, allowing you to do nearly 8,000 damage at the cost of half of your HP with the correct setup. The list goes on forever, and people are constantly coming up with new builds all the time. I myself went with a bleed build to try and squeak out some extra DPS. I also made my character bright green so that I could use his skin for transitions. It's pretty impressive that FromSoft was able to balance this game to allow for a multitude of viable playstyles.
Whoa!
One of the most important traits a video game can have is variety. And luckily, Elden Ring has that in spades. I love the enemy design. It's everything I want out of a FromSoft game, ranging from standard humanoids, to blobs, to rats, to eldritch terrors, to centipedes with human hands, to bubble boys, to fire-breathing eagles with swords instead of feet, and creepy crawly spider hands. The variety here is finger-licking good. This creates a nail-biting tension. You never know what might be fingering in the next room, and you never know what moves the enemy might have up their sleeve. I'm personally a big fan of these adorable tiny little fellas, but I'm not entirely sure what you could call these guys. What would you call one of these?
I call it a hobbit.
The boss variety in Elden Ring is no small feat. It's pretty crazy, actually. This game has 120 boss encounters, 70 of which are unique, and the rest are reskins. But, you know, we'll get into that later. It's tough, though, to put into words the vast assortment of bosses that Elden Ring has. So instead, what I did was I put it all into song.
Fee, fi, fi, for fun. There's a giant grabbing fireballs right out of his tongue, and a Weird cat made of stoner. The boys say they want to tarnish you, but their armor's been blown up. Blackbird with a big old beak, and a huge girl with some big old cheeks. I thought Angela, Alma, Margaret, Marina, and as I continue, you know I'm gonna beat her. So what can I do but truly beg an elden lord? For me, some men's armor last resort. Don't even try, he's all wood and he dumps it. When he dies, I'll hump it. A little bit of Loretta on a horse, and then I killed a derewolf, no remorse. And then I fought a red wolf on my steed, and then I took out Adan, watched him bleed. And then I murdered Godskins with my clone. I didn't murder Patches, what a groan. And then I battled Tibia off the land. A little bit of bleed kills any man.
Ooh. To avoid
Not
boss
only were
spoiler.
most of the bosses unique, but they also had their own individual movesets. Movesets that you had to familiarize yourself with, that were expertly animated in order to telegraph to the player what move the boss is going to do next. And some of the bosses towards the end of the game were a pretty big challenge. Oh, I got it. The boss froze, he couldn't move.
You cheesed him, right?
I didn't do anything.
You didn't do it intentionally.
But if I'm honest, I did find a majority of the boss battles to be a bit too easy for my liking. Cool. It's always nice when you can get them on the first try. Now, to be clear, some of the fights were specifically made to be easy, which is all well and good. I feel as though some of these encounters, like Tibia's, are gimmies. Much like the woman on the other end of the phone here, fights like this only exist in order to fluff up your ego. They're relatively simple bosses that anyone can defeat so that lesser skilled players can develop a sense of confidence and find the strength to keep trucking. And that's honestly kind of awesome. While I don't find these battles engaging myself, it's exactly what people who aren't familiar with these types of games need. It shows them that they can beat this, that this game doesn't exist solely to demoralize them. And furthermore, you don't want all 120 bosses to be choke-slammingly difficult. My issue with these bosses being too easy has nothing at all to do with the boss design, but instead the open world design. A few months back, I made a video where I discussed my issues that I have with the open world genre. It's right here in this dumpster, and you should go check it out when we're all done with this video. But even though Elden Ring does handle its open world with far more competence than pretty much every other developer out there, all of my problems with the game still stem from the fact that it's an open world title. For example, I don't need to bother fighting a difficult main story boss like Margit, when I know I can just meander around the map, decimate some side bosses, and come back a few hours later to steamroll the guy.
I just destroyed Margit like he was nothing.
I didn't even know Ren was fighting her.
Sure, I could make the executive decision to dedicate the next 30 minutes or so to studying all of Margit's animations and memorizing the boss's every move, but completing side content first is a far more efficient use of my time. I mean, I'm going to be completing all of this content at some point anyhow, but while I'm at it, I would also be leveling up and obtaining weapons and upgrade materials, so why wouldn't I do it this way? Because of this, I was over-leveled for a majority of the game. Most bosses only took me somewhere between 1 to 3 attempts maximum, and I felt cheated out of an experience because of it. The bosses that I truly struggled with brought me great joy when I finally took them down.
Oh, this guy is fucking
I knew I'd hit him for
annoying.
soon. Some of them almost felt like puzzles that needed solving. This sorcerer boss trounced me at first, but after a few tries, I learned that sheer aggression was the key to taking him out. Mog here gave me a fair amount of trouble. Oh, he's got wings like Paul McCartney? But I remembered that I had an item with his name on it. I have an idea. What if I use Mog's shackle? Using it wound up tethering him to the ground, allowing me to deal a hefty bit of extra damage. I felt rewarded for paying attention to my item pickups.
Wait, it also
I was
applies to
struggling
him?
with Thorax, and I figured he would be weak to scarlet rot since he's shirtless. And also because I looked it up on the internet. Just 2 rot pots inflicted him with poison. All of this problem solving was awesome. I wish I was able to experience more of that. Another issue I had with the Elden Ring's open world was that I found it to be far too large. Come here. Come here. Now, while some people like that type of thing, I feel like it's Elden Ring's biggest downfall. Seriously though, this game is massive. I spent 75 hours in it and I still didn't see everything. I was thoroughly impressed by the location variety. Each segment of the map had something visually distinct about it to set it apart from the other areas in the game. And they were all full of dozens of areas that were begging to be explored to satiate my sense of curiosity. And that curiosity was often rewarded with items that varied in usefulness.
Oh, I just found some blood-tainted excrement. And not in the game.
Oh my god.
But my god, there is so much ground to cover here that it's simply overwhelming. Now, while none of the content necessarily feels like game padding, there's still something to be said about leaving the player wanting more. There are so many repeated areas, I felt as though I had scavenged through countless caves,
yeah, the repeated
and mines
thingy
that
is
all looked and felt very similar to one another.
It's an issue.
Most of them ending in a reskinned boss battle. Like, yeah, this cat statue was super cool the first time I fought it, but not so much the 5th time.
I think
Same goes
it's
for the
everyone's
trees.
issue.
Now sure, there's a few slight tweaks here and there, like maybe they'll add enemies into the arena, or maybe instead of shooting fire, the cat shoots lightning, but it doesn't change the fact that I'm still engaging in a recycled boss battle. I've always been a big believer that less is more. I would have preferred a total of 3 or 4 caves and catacombs rather than, what, 10 to 15 of each? That way I wouldn't be refighting the same handful of gargoyles or cave miners and reskinned bosses over and over again. But even still, with all that said, there's still some effort put into each of the individual catacombs. They're not copy and pasted, you know? Some of them really tried to shake things up a little bit by adding interesting little puzzles.
Oh, I have an idea. Oh, that's so cool.
Wow.
I think that's really cool.
But I don't think that was enough to prevent them from being tedious after a certain point.
That's also true.
I think
It
my final
gets boring
complaint
over
about
time.
the open world comes in the form of its traversal. In Elden Ring, you're right on a horsey. Yeah.
Horsey.
Like this. And I've never really been a big fan of horseback riding in video games. The horse traversal is better here than it is in pretty much any other open world game, thanks to the double jump mechanic and the well springs.
The double jump's a game changer. Holy shit.
Having to finagle the horse around via platforming definitely threw some tension into the mix. The addition of the horse also allowed for bigger arenas than usual, which means even bigger bosses. And I think the fire giant here was my favorite encounter in the entire game. But still, due to the sheer size of the map, there was a lot of downtime where I was just riding from A to B, simply holding the left thumbstick forward as the game's depressing, cold, somber music played in the background.
True. Not wrong. It's also true.
Despite my issues with it, Elden Ring is practically a masterpiece. The game is impeccably well designed. It's one of the few truly complete and polished AAA experiences to release over the past, 5 years? I mean, this game is actually finished, which is a real shocker in today's day and age. It isn't a live service type deal where they trickle out content over the next year or so.
Yeah.
No, this here is a polished 70+ hour experience.
Yes, sir.
And I think everybody else in the AAA space should be taking notes. I just wish the game was smaller. If Elden Ring had been trimmed down, if the entire map was truncated with less repeated caves and catacombs, I would have loved it unconditionally.
You are very warm.
Due to Elden Ring's sheer girth, I got burnt out on it after about 40 hours.
Jesus
but somehow
Christ, man.
I was still sort of addicted to it. I kept coming back to it day after day, and I couldn't rest until I had completed the game. And that on its own is noteworthy. It is a pretty impressive feat, though, that my main complaint with the game is that there's too much content. While I didn't care for the open world, I loved the enemy design, combat, area variety, and boss battles. But that's all I gotta say about Elden Ring. It's been a while since I did a nice simple little video game review. I will say though, the next video I'm cooking up is going to be a little bit different, so stay tuned for that. Also, if you're new here, go check out the videos I did on both VR Chat and Rhythm Games. Those are some of my best work and I think you'll really enjoy those. Thank you. And I received a non-consensual lap dance from a demon woman.
This is like...
Oh my god.
Put your hands down, boy. This ain't Bible study. Jesus Christ.
And of course, I've got to thank my patrons.
Classic.
Every single dollar I get from the Patreon goes right back into the channel, meaning I get to call more
That's
phone
accurate,
sex workers,
actually.
purchase more costumes, buy more props, and just generally take the channel in a bigger direction. As always, I'm very thankful to all these fine fellas for giving me their runes. But that does it for this video. I'll see you guys in the next one. Bye-bye.
Bye, Mom.
Bye.
Okay, we did it.
Oh my god.
That was like so hard.
That was, hey, you should work for them.
Alright, that's a good video. Good video. Damn, Elden Ring content. Dude, that makes me want to play Elden Ring again. Fuck. But no. No, I'm not going back to that game again for a little bit. I don't want to burn out from it. I want to come back to it again, but I want to come back to it in a more, excited. Whether it's gonna be a DLC or maybe I'm gonna decide to do some fucking speedrun attempt. Who knows? We'll never know. Gaming time. Alright, give me a sec, yeah? This is what it feels like. This is what it feels like. Ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-bop. It feels like. This is what it feels like. Ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-bum. Ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da. Ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-da-da. Ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-bop. Do-do-do. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do. Alright, what should we start for the gaming today, chat? What should we start with? Let me see. Raise no punk. And that's me. Oh god, I forgot to turn off the eating text this whole time. Mobby.
Coffee talk match.
Coffee talk match. Origin. Okay, the good one. Hold up. Where's my food, by the way? Okay, it's still cooking. Holy shit. Mama sure and raised no punk. And that's me. Yeah, that's me. Ah ha 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 ha, yeah. And that's me. Ah, fucking A. Hold up, chat. That's me. By the way, Ren's VR chat video is insane. Who's Ren's? Oh, is this the guy earlier? Oh, this is his name. We'll watch it another time. We'll watch it another time. Alright. Yeah. Let's check out a game, brother. A game that is called a game. Don't think so. It's like 40 minutes. Oh, okay. Jesus Christ. I mean, reviewers can do their shit, you know. They don't have limits on how long their videos are supposed to be. Understandably. Understandably. Hold up. He's friends with White Light, so you know, expect it. Yeah, White Light do a lot of that as well. All right. It's loud. Coffee Talk. First game of Saturday stream. It's so loud. Jesus Christ. What's your name? Jerry. Yes. Hello. Yeah. Hey. Alright. A little bit lower. Okay. Text speed fast. Language, blah blah blah, skip dialogue, read. Okay. So this is some kind of like a visual novel style? Wait, there's a mod? Damn, okay. There's a mod for this game. I'll check it out later. I do love some mods. A game. By Togi Production. Seattle, 2020. Wait, hold up. A city filled with dreams and madness. A time when the great war between races is but a footnote in history. A time when anyone can dream of being whatever they want to be. And have those dreams crushed before they can even be discussed. But still, it is a place and time where anything can happen. Alright. Hey, Muhammad Fahmi. Rest in peace. It is when the elves have left the forest to build their startups. When the dwarves have emerged from their caves to start their automotive empires. When the orcs have put down their axes and started using computers to improve their lives. And when a human lives among them, as driven as ever. It is a city that holds many dreams and stories of its people. God damn. Most of these stories are left untold, but some of few find solace in the embrace of bricks and wood and glass. They are told over drinks, then take up residence in some stranger's memories. Yeah. Dude, this is so jammers. Yeah. Hey. In one corner of the city stands a coffee shop. A place that is only open when the sun is sleeping. A place where people share their stories. And these are their stories. Ooh. Yeah. Hey. Yeah. Wow. Hey. Yeah. Ah, so good. Tuesday, September 22nd, 2020. Oh. Still a tad bit too loud. Oh, hello, welcome. Oh, it's you. Wait, what? Going over? Freya. Hey, Jerry, how's the night so far? It's calm as usual. We got a slight problem, though. Huh? What happened? My supplier made some logistical errors. I don't have half of my ingredients today. Man, that's a bummer. Don't worry, I can still serve the caffeine you desperately need. That's good to hear. But let me set things up first. You're our first customer after all. Don't worry, take your time. I'm a writer, not an editor. So I'm used to taking things slow. Writer blocks again. You got that right. What are you writing now? Do you remember my plan to... Oh. Pardon the interruption. The machine's ready. You want a triple shot espresso now? Yes, please. If you forgot how to make it, just check your phone, okay? Anyway, I really need a triple shot espresso. Triple shot? During nighttime? Jesus Christ, someone is fucking staying up late. By the way. Okay, triple shot. So, how do I do this? Base. Coffee? And then primary. Milk. Secondary. Wait, hold up. Phone. Brew pad. Triple shot espresso. How do I make a triple shot espresso though? Wait, do I just spam coffee, coffee, coffee? Reset. Coffee, coffee, coffee. That makes it triple shot? Alright. Oh, it's just espresso? The triple shot does not... Okay. 1 cup of triple shot espresso. Special for my only customer tonight. That aroma. Exactly what I need. Anyway, where were we? Your plan to do something? Yes, what is that? It's not that I hate writing stories for the newspaper, you know, but it seems like the right time for something bigger. So, a novel. Yeah. Found it so simple when I was making a plan. At least you still have your job. In case things go awry. Hehehe. Ha ha ha. Did I say something wrong? No, you're right. This is something I should have thought about myself. We're talking about. You know who owns the Evening Whispers? GRA Media, right? Yeah. And they're also the biggest book publisher in the country. So when an opportunity presented itself, I took it. What do you mean by opportunity? Well, I bumped into one of the big guys in the elevator. So natural, I pitched my book idea. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh shit. Come on, don't look at me like that. Are you for real? Yeah, I know, it's such a stupid thing to do. So how did they react? Thankfully, he'd seen my short stories. So he challenged me. I can get a draft ready in a month, he'll pull some strings. Get a fiction publishing division. Oh shit, to sign me up for a publishing deal. Sounds great. What about your job that evening? Oh. Lately my mic's been buzzing a lot. Do you have time to do both? Wait, hold up. That's the hard part. I've been secretly working on a novel during office hours. I'm falling behind in newspaper deadlines. When the chief finds out, she'll probably kick me out. Ouch. Well, at least you've got a month to finish it. To finish the initial drift. That was last week. Oh shit. Again, don't look at me like that. How far along are you? I assume the number of words you have written is not too far from 0. Hey, that's rude. I've written some stuff, you know. May I see it? Well, it's so bad that, well, after reading it, I decided to just delete everything immediately. So, 0? I really need to finish it in at most 2 weeks. Then, I'll use the extra week to polish and do some editing. Sounds like a plan. If you can pull it off. I know, you don't need to be so cynical about it. That's why I'm here today. Hoping to find some inspiration. Wrote some of my best short stories here, you know? Really? Thought this place could be of a service. Oh, look, someone's coming. Come on in. Ooh, welcome. Hi there. Hello. Good evening. We're here, miss? Yes, please. I'm not really sure what to order, though. What do you recommend? Depends highly on your mood. I'm just here to meet my boyfriend. Not planning to be awake all night. So definitely no coffee. Want something chocolatey? It's perfect for this weather. That's a good idea, actually. Thank you. You're welcome. Chocolate. Anything with chocolate in, please. Anything with chocolate in. So just choco powder 3 times? Alright. Bam. Brew. Yeah, it's pretty chill. 1 cup of chocolatey goodness. Thank you. So warm. So you're waiting for your boyfriend? Yep, should be here soon. Look at you now. You went from empty to 3 customers in 1 night. Thought this place would be more crowded, considering it's the only coffee shop that's still open after midnight around here. I guess it's the only coffee shop that still opens past midnight. It's mostly empty. Now that you mention it. Is it good for business having a coffee shop only open at night? Definitely not. Yep, what she said. Then why? Just love doing it. And there's always someone longing for a warm drink at this hour. That's fascinating. Pardon me for asking. But how can you survive running a coffee shop like this? That's the secret. Cherry here is damn rich, that's the secret. Really? She's exaggerating. Don't worry about it, Cherry can manage. I'm sure this place isn't going bankrupt anytime soon. Damn right! You also have a weird quiet place to meet up at night? It's good to hear. By the way, are you a regular here? Don't really have anywhere else to go. I'm a writer who works best at night and in a coffee shop. Not so many options for that. Ah, no wonder. She's a pretty good writer, you know. You can find some of her stories in the Evening Whispers. Shut up! Wow, it's really interesting. What kind of things do you cover? Cover the stories of people around town. Personal, interesting, weird stories. Also contribute to their short stories. All their fiction. You wrote those stories? Thank you. I wrote most of them, but not all. That's so cool. And are you here to write a new piece? I should be. But I don't even know what to write about. Writer's block. Welcome. Hi. Damn, his eyes though. Sorry to keep you waiting. It's okay. Had a nice chat with the fine folks here. Hi there. Hello. Would you like to order something? Surprise me. What kind of order is that? Well, I don't really know what to order. Do you have any preference, sir? Something bitter to keep me awake with milk. Oh, and draw some latte art on the top. Bitter with milk. Coffee milk? I guess. But how do you do latte art? Oh, you gotta do like fucking, okay. Coffee, milk. Coffee, milk. Okay, so it's like a combo-ish thingy. Oh! Pour milk. Reset. Oh, Tim. I don't know. Oh shit, what the fuck? Oh, what the fuck? How do you do this? Was it falling down? Hold up. I can't. Why is it like pouring downwards? It's a little bit hard. Okay, how about we do this? It keeps falling down. Shit, man. Oh wait, what? Bang, bang, boom, bop. Okay. Bing, bang, boom, 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 boom. And then boom. I don't fucking know, dude. Serve it. That looks fucking amazing. Here's your order. This is what you call latte art. That's cute. Okay, man. Perfect. Anyway, I was distracted by some work. Plus, there's a rain. It's okay, Bailey's. It's having a nice chat with
like
them.
poop cat boom.
I haven't properly introduced myself. I'm Bailey's. Oh my, where are my manners? I haven't introduced myself either. My name is Lua. Hi, I'm Freya. To be the both of you, I'm Jerry. Jerry! Did you know that Freya here is a writer for the Evening Whispers? Oh, really? I've done some work for them a few times. Oh, what kind of work? I'm a freelance designer and an illustrator. I've done some caricatures and infographics for the paper. Assume you were in contact with Steve? Yep, he's a nice guy to work with. Oh, really? No, he isn't. But I've dealt with worse clients. Way worse. Yep, I'm glad he's in design visuals department. I wouldn't be able to stand working with him directly. Come on. Jesus. Too real! It's tough to deal with, but definitely not the worst. Oh, of course. No matter how deep you go, there's always another layer of hell. Real, true. How do you usually deal with bad customers here? Normally bad customers is late night, or lost drunks, or criminals. True. That sounds really bad. Nah, they're easy to handle. It's because you're good with fists. Not as good as your coffee making skill though. Thank you, I'll take that as a compliment. You're welcome. Anyway, I really need to start writing. Whatever it is that I'm going to write, so I'll leave you two in the heads of our friendly neighborhood barista. Where are you going to write? Oh, not far. Just over to the table in the corner, next to the windows. That's my spot. Oh, okay, have fun. I'll try. Good luck. Thanks. Alright. Seems cozy. Should we move to another seat too? Nah, here's good. Okay then. So how's your day? It was fine, work was nothing special. I finished my proposal early so I could get out of the office. Plus my boss was in a real good mood out all day. Thought your boss was always a happy-go-lucky person. Well, he is. But today he was happier than usual. Not sure what happened, but it was great seeing him smile so much. What about you? Any problems with your latest client? Yeah, this one's a pain in the ass. You know, these memes that depict terrible clients? Well, she fits all the bills. Could go on forever complaining about her, but that won't help me a bit. Should make a meme about her. I lost my current project for a minute of laughter. Might be worth it. Get us Jerry about how to deal with annoying clients. Oh yeah? How do you usually deal with annoying customers? The ones you don't need your fist to take care of. I do have my own methods. But it wouldn't be wise to talk about customers to other customers. Now that's one good lesson to learn from for the day. That's true. Oh shit. Your parents? Yeah. So you talked to them. I did. It didn't end well. No. What did they say? A lot. Oh shit. Got some relationship issues here. Of a different race, I am assuming. They won't give us a chance at all. I knew it. Anyone but an elf. Oh my god, that's so racist. What the fuck? That's what they said. How about you? More or less the same. The attitude fight my old man. That's why I'm staying at Farron's place now. They kicked you out? You don't have to do this, you know. You're your family. It's not even one more second being part of them. I might not have a stable income, but I can manage. Still, I don't know what they said about you last night. I'm sorry. What did they say about me? Or about my race, I assume? Forget it. I want to know. Just the same old shit. Mumbling about how elves are holy creatures, about our immortality, about how even if I outlive you... What? Nothing. About how if you outlive me, no other elves would want to be with an elf that's already been tainted by a lowly succubus. Jesus. Exactly what they said. So this is it then. The end of our relationship. It doesn't have to be. You know, our families will never agree. Just continue like this. What do you mean? You don't need to know that we're still dating. We just can continue the way we have always been. Without them knowing. And then what? You want to be hiding a relationship for the rest of the eternity? Oh! Not like humans, you know? You can just elope. Won't get permission because you're too old. Well, I don't care about the permission. I'll be glad to sever my family ties if I have to. I can let you do that. Release your immortality. I get to spend my life with you, I don't mind. I don't mind a bit. Oh shit! Oh man! You're making this hard for both of us. You feel happy when you're with me? Of course I do. And you don't need any more reason. You know, we're perfect for each other. You don't even need to look deep down. Trust me, we can do this together. Damn. Oh! Jesus Christ. Hold up. Oh shit, hold up. The order is here. Give me 1 minute. I'll be right back. Hold up. Ow. Where were we? Alright, there's fucking 2 lovebirds. Can think about this clearly right now. We'll talk later. Lua, wait! Oh shit. It's getting a little bit awkward. Sorry you had to listen to our problems. That's alright. This coffee shop has been seeing all kind of stories. I do hope yours will have a happy ending. Yeah, I hope so too. Do you have any alcohol? Sadly, no. That's a bummer. Well, do you have anything that's warm and can calm me down? Do you like green tea lattes? Lattes? I'll take 1. Green tea latte. Oh shoot. Green tea, milk. Bada bam. Green tea lattes are actually pretty alright. I'm not a big fan of them, but I don't mind them at the same time. This is good. Thank you for this. By the way, are you married? Me? No. You have someone you love? Love this coffee shop. But I'm sure that's not the answer you were looking for. Didn't really have any expectation. Man, out of all people in the whole world, why did I fall for her? Cannot choose who you fall in love with. You can if you try hard enough. At least that's what my old man said. He really is one pretentious elf. But I guess all of them are. Entitled, pretentious, immortal douchebags. Unless you have an eternity to learn to change. Or eternity to be an eternal asshole. Anyway, I need to go now. Probably drink myself endured until the sunrise. Still a while until sunrise. More time for me to drink then. See you around. See you around too, Miss Freya. Be cute to visit again. Damn, that was awkward. Oh, she's here? Oh. Oh no. We're listening from the corner? Yes. Poor souls. How did they find a way to be together? Me too. Anyway, I need to leave. I have to get up earlier than usual tomorrow. Okay. I think I'm going to close the shop up after this. It's pretty early. I know. After the rest of the delivery coming tomorrow, I'll open as usual. Okay, you have a good night then. You too. Alright. I'm assuming there's some kind of like a tutorial or like an introduction how to do things. Although it's not much of a tutorial either. The gameplay is pretty fucking basic for what it is. It's good enough. Ginger chai latte, good to calm yet warm your nerve. Galahad. Never had that. Ginger chai. Oh, sorry. Wednesday, September 23rd, 2020. Zombie virus from Africa may have reached Seattle. Shit. Seattle groceries distribution problems harm the local restaurants. Oh no. Fire plans to enforce stricter regulation to manage illegal immigration. Monga giga. Alright, we got some local news shit going on. Oh, good evening. Good gracious. What is wrong with you? You just enter like a normal customer. I'm sorry. I'm so excited to share this with you. What are you talking about? I know what to write for my novel. It is one of your impulsive temporary ideas again. Hey, don't be rude. I'm being serious here. Okay, just tell me. What are you going to write about? This coffee shop. Oh, shit. What? You're going to write stories about this coffee shop and the people who come here. Are you for real? Yes. What if I say you can't do that? I'm not asking permission. It's like a breach of the customer's personal life, you know? Relax, I know that. I just need some inspiration from this place. Serves himself loosely based on what I hear and see here. How loosely based? Knife Walker novel versus movie level loosely based? What the fuck is Knife Walker? The old one? Of course I'm talking about the old one. Oh, Blade Runner. Knife Walker. What the fuck? Can you actually teach me a lot about types of coffee? Hell yeah. It's already very different, you know? You cannot get more different than that. Any more different. I mean, it's not like I can tell you not to write about a coffee shop, right? No, you can't. Although you can just ban me from coming. Okay, you're banned. What? Just kidding. Wouldn't do that to my loyal customer. Very funny. Thank you for not banning me though. Anyway, I'm really excited to see who's gonna come tonight. Oh shit, she's actually gonna do it. What kind of stores they'll have. I see. Oh shit, it's a cop. Georgie. Good evening, y'all. Good evening, Officer Georgie. Hey, Pop. Looks like you're in a heist for this evening, Miss Freya. Please, Jerry, you don't need to take it formal with me. Haha, we're both on duty here. As the formalities, you're as stiff as ever. Anyway, I have a shift tonight, so I'll need the usual. You have all the ingredients today? Not everything, but more than yesterday. Except for tea. I'm out of tea. So remember my favorite, right? Coffee with a hint of sweetness. Got that right. Make sure not to use milk. Yeah. Take your Tomodachi profile. Everyone knows you're lactose intolerant, Georgie. Anyway, a cup of sweet, healthy coffee, please. A sweet, healthy coffee. Alright, we got a honey. So I am assuming coffee, honey? Okay, this time it does not tell me. Hold up. What this Tomodachi is? Oh, some kind of a fucking Facebook or some shit. Gala. Lua. Bailey's. Interesting. Alright. Bing, bang, boom. I'm assuming. Cup of sweet, healthy coffee. Bada bing, bada boom. Coffee with honey for the man on duty. Wait, 2 honey? He said a little bit of sweetness. I'll check what is Trivia's new video, huh? Not everyone can manage this combination as well as you. Oh shit, I was right. Thank you. By the way, I haven't ordered anything myself. Provide me with a service like you gave the old pup here, please. What are you having? She'll need to ask, huh? You never know. Espresso, of course. The one and only espresso. Alright. Good old espresso. Boop, boop. Starless night sky for the green-haired fairy. Not even sure whether that's a compliment or not. She's supposed to be human? I'm assuming. This is perfect. So, how's everything going at the paper, Miss Freya? As usual. Awful. She's making a risky deal with her boss. Yeah, pretty much. What kind of deal? A possibly life-altering deal. Very dangerous. Dangerous one at that. Okay. A deal she regretted. Not that much. Folks, seriously. Care to share the details properly? You tell him. She's secretly using her working hours to do something else. Something like writing her own novel. Okay. You got balls, I can tell you that. She does. Gee, thank you. How's the leap of faith going so far? It's not slowing down, that's for sure. I haven't seen any safe haystack to fall into. Good luck with that. Don't worry, she's not losing her job. At least, not yet. Life will be plenty hard if she messes these things up, though. Thank you for the reminder. So yes, Jerry said, my editor-in-chief doesn't know about it yet, but my novel is going to be published by our parent company. Anyway. So technically I'm still doing work for the company. She'll be really pissed off if she finds out, though. Wait, is stealing time a crime? Technically I might have to arrest you. Cob joke. Do I save this for next time? Remind me about it next time. Oh my god, something about GTA. Ah! Those are just coffee breaks. Sometimes they might take longer than they're meant to. But still, coffee breaks make me feel worse by saying that. You should feel bad. Stop adding salt to the wounds, okay? It's just a fact. I'm not sure whether this will make you feel better or not, but if your writing career goes up in flames, the police force is always looking for people with balls as big as yours. There's no mention that you like to do other things during work hours. I want to say thanks, but I feel like I should be offended. I'm sure it'll do just fine, Miss Freya. Do you have any idea what you're going to write? I have, actually. Oh good. What it will be about? A coffee shop and the stories people tell inside. Oh. You're letting her do that? There's no stopping her. What's wrong? Please don't write about any shady looking police officer who love to take breaks more than they should inside a coffee shop near their post. But definitely write about that police officer. He'll make a good comedy character. Is that a compliment or are you making fun of me, eh? I would call that a compliment. Is it? I don't think so. Hey, what do you have against me tonight? You're just probably worried about losing customers due to breach of privacy. Hey. Come on, it's not like I'll be using real names, and I'll dramatize more things I've heard, of course. That's even worse. Here's the thing. Stories I've heard will only be the inspiration for what I write. By the way, as someone stationed here, I assume you've heard a lot of stories from the people around here, right? No. Come on. Nope. No. You helped me once with one of the stories I wrote for the paper. What about a secretly rich beggar hanging around the block? I'm sure you can give me another interesting tips. I'll help you more than once, actually. What, really? It's my turn to say, come on. Which stories are you talking about? Yes, for information about the busker. The one who always playing his guitar, always got a roast with him. Oh yeah, that guy. I think they're talking about Gala? Yeah, poor guy. Hearing about your girlfriend passing during an investigation is, I don't know. It's hard. It took it quite a while, to be honest. It was hard, but at least he gave him closure. Never complained that he used his story for the paper. He got his blessing before giving it out to the editors. Well, this has become more popular since the article was published. More income for someone in his line of work. Yeah, the roast has become some kind of a prop for him now. Anyway, back to the topic. Any hot tips? Okay. Have you heard about this one girl? Ooh, tell me. Lately, this girl's been coming to a coffee shop in the area more than before. It's pretty weird. I don't know what her deal is. She has a bright green hair. Oh, come on! I was excited to hear about something real. You think you're not real? Oh, that one deep fast. Faster than my career going downhill. How was that with sudden mood? Yeah, cheer up, girl. Sorry, I'm having mood swings because of the pressure. You'll do just fine. I mean, you're great with your short stories. By the way, why this coffee shop? Because I spent a lot of my time here, I guess. And then there's this couple that visited a coffee shop yesterday. What about them? They're going through a pretty hard time together. You know, different races, different cultures, family doesn't approve. When I heard their story, I kind of felt their pain. What's happening to them happens to a lot of people. I've been told in a fictional form countless times before, but it's always an interesting topic to discuss. Were they regulars here? Nope. The girl visited the place before, if I'm not mistaken. She was with her coworkers or clients, helping her friend sober up, I guess. Give people coffee to sober up? Of course not. Some folks request coffee, but I recommend against it. I usually end up giving them tea, hot chocolate, or just plain water. It's nice of you. I hope they don't get pissed about the wrong order. Yeah, that happens sometimes. Good for you. Anyway, look at the time. It's time for my shift. Oh yeah, go on. Do your job, old man. Don't forget to share anything interesting you hear with me. Let's not make this a habit. Can promise you that. Okay then, see you later, everyone. Take care, officer. Later. Mr. Officer Georgie. I like the pronunciation, the fucking writing though. Jorji. Georgie. Like a Japanese George. I think I need to go back to my writing. No offense, but I need to concentrate like crazy. So I'll move to my usual corner. Good luck with the writing. And don't forget to keep yourself hydrated. Here, take this glass of water. Ooh, you're just the best, Jerry. You're welcome. Okay, off to the world of imagination I go. Go on. Dude, being a fucking writer for a newspaper and also fucking try to hustle, side hustle to write a fucking novel? Fuck me. That's a drag. To do for experiments. Someone is coming. Oh! Oh, welcome, Mr. Gala. Hi, Jerry. Can we sit here? Sure thing, sir. Ooh, she looks mysterious. This is a place you recommend? You don't like it? It's fine. I know it's not like the coffee shops you're used into in LA, but Gala, it's fine. Sorry to interrupt. Do you want to order anything? Yeah. What do you want to drink? You first. Okay. Anything with coffee and ginger, please. Alright, anything with coffee and ginger. Coffee, ginger, and brew. Bada bing, bada boom, kablam. Jahe tubruk. That shit's actually really fucking nice. I drank that before. It's a pretty traditional coffee in Indonesia. Your order is ready, sir. Thank you. How about you, sir? What would you like to order? That's a sir. Is it good? I like it. Not sure if it'll be your liking or not. Okay. I'll have whatever he's having. Was he so fucking sinister? This shit is good though. This shit is good. It's your order? Good choice. Anyway, how's the town treating you so far? Same old? I was surprised seeing so many changes after just a few years.
He's a vampire cock.
Yeah, I can see that. Yeah, things changed a lot in just 20 years. Even this coffee shop, I believe this was a bar back then. When did you open this coffee shop? We opened around 6 years ago, mister. Hyde. My name is Hyde. From what I gathered, you're from LA, right? I am. I used to live here decades ago, though. What brings you back to Seattle? Seattle. I'm here for work. I'll probably be here for a few weeks. He travels a lot. I see. So you've known each other for long, I assume? You could say that. Yeah, I think we met not so long after you got married, right? It was around the 60s, I believe. Holy shit, these guys are old. Wow, that was a long time ago. Not for our kind. Oh! It's a vampire and Gala is a werewolf. Alright, I figured it out. Wait, if I'm not mistaken, the peace treaty between werewolves and vampires, okay, I was right, was signed in 1865. So when you guys said you met in the 60s, were you guys talking about 1860s? No, we met in the 1960s. We're old by some race standards, but not that old. Although it's still fair to say we haven't seen each other in a long time. I guess 20 years is a long time. This was the place, wasn't it? Where we first met? Yeah, when it was a bar. They moved? Bankrupt? Ah, such a pity. Uh-huh. You're happy the bar closed down? What's with that smile if you don't mind? Nothing. I was just wondering. Will history repeat itself? Okay, dude. I certainly hope not. I've been coming to your place since the first week you opened. You've got something special here? It won't close down anytime soon. Thank you, Mr. Gala. Speaking of, it's been quite a while since your last visit. Busy at work? Kinda. With the news about the newfound virus going viral, the hospital has been extremely crowded. Is the virus that dangerous? No one is sure about that. And most people who come here and just, I don't want to use this word, but they're just paranoid. They're still doing the same job in the same hospital. What was it called? Admission officer? And yes, I'm still a hospital admission officer there. Should have given you a promotion to your loyalty for long service. They offered me a managerial position, but I declined. I prefer doing this. To each their own. Anyway, I was wondering, do they still sell legal blood to your at a hospital? They do. Although people don't need to visit a hospital directly anymore. You just order through the Blood Marketplace app. Holy shit. You're talking about Bloodlust? Okay. Damn! What is this, like Uber for blood for vampires? Bloodlust get their supply from hospital? They can't certify blood on their own. Only hospital and the Minister of Health can do that. They're just middlemen with a lot of sales promos. Use it often? Not really. I'm trying a new vegan lifestyle, remember? But I do know the founder of that startup. Oh yeah, how's your vegan diet going? It's not easy, but nothing I can concur. Excuse me for asking. By going vegan, you mean you don't drink blood anymore? Not real blood. Synthetic blood. Ooh. Synthetic blood. Be too complicated to explain, but basically some scientists are working to make some kind of a blood that can satisfy my kind without relying on real blood. Considering real blood have some cultural and health concerns. Does it taste the same? More or less, yeah. Isn't it expensive? It is. I can afford it though. But again, they're still working on it. Trying to make it more affordable for everyone. Would synthetic blood taste good if mixed with other ingredients? Coffee blood! Why? You want to start selling blood-based drinks? It might attract new customers and turn on others. Fair point. Honestly, I don't know if mixing it would taste good. Most vampires prefer drinking raw blood, although some try to do experimenting with it. Other things? Mostly booze, but I know some mix with it not so legal substances. You know a lot. I work in a hospital, remember? Hey, talking about my vegan lifestyle reminded me to ask you something. About what? Your monthly fury. One less painful method to restrain yourself? Not yet. But I do know that it's a drink. What kind of drink? A certain combination of ginger and caffeine. Is that why you ordered coffee and ginger? Yep. Exploring the possibilities. This drink wasn't the one. I guess there's too much caffeine in coffee for it to be a remedy. Why did you use the Fury sedative available on the market? I don't trust them. Besides, that sedative is too general. Each of us has our own remedy that we need to find. Sometimes the effectiveness can change as we grow older. How effective will this drink be? Enough to calm me down. And that's all I need, to be honest. At least your calming method is only a drink. Some werewolves need to do kinky stuff to soothe themselves during the fury. What kind of kinky? Like BDSM? It only happens in porn. Wait, what? It's famous among our kind. You don't have to feel ashamed if you like watching the kind of thing you do. Hey, a friend told me about it. Well, it was pulling your leg. Damn. I mean, having sex as calming method is pretty common, but normally we stick to vanilla stuff. Come to think of it, it would be pretty brutal doing bondage stuff during the fury. Exactly. So continuing with your story, how far along are you into finding the ingredients for the remedy? So far, all I know of it involves ginger, and probably something lightly caffeinated. Like tea, maybe? You better write that down. You won't want wreaking havoc in a coffee shop. I don't have any tea today, but the next time you're visiting, maybe I can try brewing the remedy for you. It would mean a lot. Excuse me for a moment. Oh shit. I'm sorry, I have to go now. There's an emergency at the hospital. I think I'll go back now as well. We can share a cab. Alright. Thank you for the drink. Probably visit this coffee shop again before I go back. So I'll see you around. Thank you for coming. Take you on your way home. Easy. Right, did I tell you Fia has a fully modeled naked body from soft down bed? I mean, to be fair, she wears nothing under. And it kind of makes sense, following the lore, so it makes sense. Hey, are you done with your writing tonight? Kinda. Those two guys kind of reminds me of this video I saw online. I would prefer you didn't start fantasizing. It's a video of a wolf pup playing with a baby tiger. It's nice to see friendship that grow in unlikely circumstances. Oh, that video. What? What video did you think I was talking about? You know. Oh, never mind. Ew. I was just joking. Just don't do jokes. You're really bad at it. Oh shit. Anyway, it's a pretty interesting and productive night, but I know I need to get some sleep. Yes, please don't forget to get some rest. I'll see you again tomorrow, I assume. Oh, don't you worry. I'll be here tomorrow. Night night. Careful on your way back. Can I date Freya? God damn. She's spicy. Yes, lore and stuff. I mean, come on. If you look through the fucking Fia thingy, she even said, like, is this too vulgar for your kind? Because it's very traditional. Like, she's very ancient. You know? She probably have to wear the fucking robe because a lot of people being uneasy. For all I know, Fia probably used to be naked doing the fucking ritual thing. It just kind of makes sense. You'll see Freya often, yeah.
Can I date your mum? Too late, I already do.
Despite losing a member, Super Smiles' latest album sold 1 million copies. What the fuck is this, Super Smiles? Vlogging is now part of curriculum at some private high school. Logging? What the fuck? Stop workplace racial profiling. The workers' union demands. Wait, hold up. What the heck? Alright, chat. I think we gotta next game it. Because I still got like 2 more games that we need to go through. This is pretty good though. I want to go back to this. It's actually pretty fucking chill. Oh! Welcome. Yo. Cup of honey milk, please. Right away. Oh shit. Alright. We'll save this for now. We'll come back to this game another time. So we still got a couple more games to go through before we end the stream. Good shit. Thank you for the gift, by the way. Disaster, Pain, for this game. The coffee making and the fucking talk and all the shit's actually pretty fucking sick. I like it. Another time, Sag. Yes. So we gotta go to another game. Because it is a variety stream after all. Alright, next game. Actually, I'll see if I can test, if I can try the battle beat again this time. Is the server still up? Since yesterday, it's fucking shit ass. Does not work and everything. I want to see if I can make it work today. Battle beat 2. This does not work. We still have one more game. We don't have a lot of games today for variety, to be fair. There's like a lot of long games, but it's so hard to find like a good short game, you know what I mean? Like I wanna find like short games, like indie games that you can beat in like one sitting kind of games. Like those are the games that I wanted to play on this like variety stream. Like I do have like a lot of fucking long games, but I don't think I want to try those games on the streams. Farming Black Flame armor. Cannot. Farming Nox Sword Stress armor. The fuck is a Nox Sword Stress armor? That can last long. That's not true. It's not true. It lasts pretty long, man. Shut up. Oh, that's pretty long, alright. I can't even last 5 minutes. I mean, 5 minutes is like, you know. Nah. It's definitely more than that. Well, you wanna go for how long, huh? Fucking hours? Fucking 3 hours? That would be fucking tiring as shit. Oh, wait, what? Playtest time change? So I cannot do it right now? No game? God damn. Okay, let me try shooting range real quick. I can do it until sunrise, Giga Chat. Okay. Like fucking marathon. But hey, what's up, Yua? No, you're still awake. I thought you were already asleep. Then again, it's weekend. So never mind. Ooh, this game feels so smooth though. Holy shit. Hold up. Who made this game? They know what they're doing. Like, goddamn. It's actually pretty nice. Oh, just. Whoa, what the fuck? Oh. Is that about VR about to go to bed? Ah. VR. Dude, I haven't logged in to VR chat with a VR for quite a while now. Actually, I forgot how it feels. I should go back to VR chat again. To VR. Just so fucking hassle with Quest 2. on PC. Like, Quest 2 is so streamlined if you just use it as it is. You know? But if you use a Quest 2 for PC, like with the fucking Quest link and all that shit, it's so annoying actually. Oh shit. Sense can be higher. It's 120. Oh, this game has leaning as well. Oh shit, okay. It's dope. This is a long ass fucking. Wait, the timer never go off. Shit. I thought I was doing a fucking timer train. Goddamn, reload time is so long. This game just feels like playing a Battlefield, not gonna lie, gameplay wise. Feels really nice. Like an actual good Battlefield though. Not talking about 2042. Talking about like a good old Battlefield 4 time. Ah shit. Wheel. Alright. Dude, how the fuck did you trigger the timer? God damn it. I thought I triggered it. Shit, now I want to play some Battlefield 4. Hold up, can you like lower the... Okay, screen shake's so annoying. The head bobbing's very fucking annoying, not gonna lie. I don't think you can. I guess you can just like do this. Mama sure and race no punk. Oh yeah, head bobbing is just always there. Alright. Well, that's unlucky. I was actually really want to try this game, but unfortunate. Unfortunate. We'll revisit this game next time. Hopefully next time when it actually launch, the playtest is it works properly. And not all bullshit. I wanna be always. Alright, next game, which is the last game actually, is a game that is called a game of the chord. The game. Hold up. Okay, there's this. That is called. Was it not launching? 1 second. It's called. Fuck. Launch, goddammit. Huddle, huddle. Wanna be away on the right. No way. Hold up. It says it's corrupted. Are you fucking kidding me, man? Are you fucking... Are you bloody? Huh? You bloody? Come on. Please work, bruh. Please work. Oh my god. Alright. Alright, hold up. I got a backup plan. Don't worry. I got a backup plan. I got another game. God damn it. This is why I should have checked it out first before stream. Whether it's gonna work or not. If Gundam, I've already got access to Gundam, this would not happen, man, I swear. This would not happen! Apparently, the Southeast Asia region's not gonna get it soon. Probably need to wait a little bit more. Or something like that. I'm not sure how it works, though. Hopefully we can try it soon. Alright. Next game is called... I'm pretty sure a lot of you guys have seen this game. It's not a new game. It's not an old game either, but it's a game that I've been putting away for too long. Oh, this game does not have a full screen mode? Okay. Ooh, ooh. Hold up. Ooh. Hold up. Music's way too fucking loud. Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. Alright, sorry about that. Hold up. Let me do the calibration. 268. All right. All right. Press space to begin. All right. Hold up. Audio is very low now. What the hell? 38. Okay. Easy, easy. Easy as fuck. Alright, what else? Okay. It's very tutorial. It's still a tutorial, I guess. Alright. Got it. Oh god, it's the stairs. Okay. Alright. It's getting a little bit weird. Oh, okay. The snail means 50% slower. Okay. One second. Why is the audio so bad? Like sometimes so loud, sometimes so low. Okay. Yeah. Alright. Ba. Okay. Ooh. Alright. Okay. Alright, we're learning. Oh my god, that was so close. Easy. Alright, I guess it's a real deal. Alright. The music's very awkward, not gonna lie. But it's kind of fun. Fuck! Okay. Ooh! Okay. Hold up. Now it's loud again. God damn this game. I have a really bad mixing. Oh god. Bunny. Oh shit. What? Oh my god. Okay, it's actually kind of fun. It's like Osu without moving around. You just kind of like, you know, hold up. I want to see what's the end. What is this? Okay. We're not supposed to go there yet. Alright, let's try this. Oh, I should probably not try this yet. That felt so weird. Okay. Okay. All right. Okay. What the fuck? Oh my lord. What? Okay, you know. Let's go to the fucking. Let's go back first. Let's take it easy. Let's actually do this accordingly. Huh? Ta ta ta. Oh, ta ta ta. Ah, okay, whatever. I got it though. Okay, what? Da da da, I guess. Oh, okay.
Tactical nuke incoming!
Oh my god. Whoa. Miles 782. Oh my god. With the raid, Dongslide. Thank you for the raid. Welcome. How you doing? How's your stream? Okay. Dude, I'm so bad at this. Holy shit, bro. Alright, I got this. I got this. Thank you for a follow as well. Okay. Getting used to it. Getting used to it. By the way, thank you for the raid and the follow. Appreciate it. Welcome, welcome. How you doing, Mouse? How's your stream? What? How's that early? Okay, that does not make sense. Input delay? Okay, whatever. Using my mouse is harder. I'm using space better. Oh my god. Alright. These tutorials are inadequate for what's coming, forgive me. Alright, what the Fuck, bro.
Wait, huh?
Okay, bro. What beat? Hello, music? Alright. Get to it. Okay. Da da da. Bum ba bum ba 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 ba. Bro, this is way too fucking hard. Oh my god, that counts. Doesn't care. Doesn't matter. Don't care. That counts. Nah, I don't care. I'm trying to hungry and my stream was good, just beat a dumb song? What do you mean? Oh, are you playing this game as well? What's up, Mary? Ooh. Okay. Alright. Okay, whatever. Do. Okay. I gotta memorize it instead of learning it. I hate it. Shit.
This is a good eye trainer.
I actually don't look at it that much. Ah, shibal. Okay, I gotta focus. I'm using my ear more. Oh my god. Let's go. Holy shit, that was actually hard. Hey, what's up, zombie? How you doing? It's a good eye trainer? I guess so, yeah. Oh my god, it's the 16th. I hate this. What is that? Oh. Okay. Do 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 do. Oh lord. Da da da. Da 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 da. Okay, triplets I understand. That makes it easier to understand. Breakbeat. Okay. Nice vibe? Kinda. Ooh. Okay. Music gets better. Oh shit. Ah. I keep adding extra. Oh shit. Right in the corner? Okay. It's actually not a bad song at all. It's just the mixing is very weird. Like I can hear the drum on the left side. Like drum is left up, the vocal is left, but then it'll also like very far right. Like, what? Music's really nice though. All right. Skewed step. All right. Pretty chill, pretty chill. It's like a semi-jazzy. It's like a... I forget what it's the genre. Could be nice if there's an AD music, will just perfectly fit. I can see that. Whoa, huh? Oh. Da 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 da. Okay. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. Do 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 do. Okay. Oh my god, the jazz! Mm. The offset. Woo! I love that. Oh, okay. It's instant. Oh shit. Okay, that messed me up. We're going. Ooh, that's cute. Oh my god. Woof. No! Ta 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 ta. I forgot about that loop. Thankfully, this song is good. I clicked it. I think my calibration is off. Okay, that messed me up again. Hold up. Ooh. Da 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 da. Ah, fuck, fuck, fuck. Dude, I keep getting late for that one. There we go. Woo-hoo-hoo-hoo. Oh, that's a really good song. I actually like that one. That's a really good song. Alright, good luck. Alright, offbeat. Okay. Oh my lord, I hate this. In First Kings? Ooh! Okay, messed it up a lot. Some Toho stuff. I get some Toho vibe from this one. S returns! Okay. What? Huh? What? Huh? What? Oh, what? Dude, my brain hurts on that one. Brr. Da 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 da. Ay, shibal. Huh? Okay, I pressed it a little bit late. What the fuck is this? Oh shit. Ay, shibal. Oh my god. They never teach me the stairs. How do you do that? Shit. Oh, this one's getting hard. Da 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 da. Boom, 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 boom. Cut to it. Da 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 da. Yo, what's up, Hadian? Morning. How you doing? Okay. Oh my god. Oh. Holy shit. Oh my god. Yep, this guy is fucking testing me. Oh my god. Okay. Jesus Christ. This game is fucking testing me right now. Can we skip to the good part? Huh? Okay, I did. Okay, I must have misclicked then. Okay. What? Okay, I might have. Okay, I might have. My hand might have add beats by its own from jamming to the song. Shit. My God, this game. Okay, bro, I cannot. Oh my God. I literally have to rewire my brain. Keep listening to the drum. Wait, you can practice this level? Hold up. What was that? Practice mode. What does that mean? It's just slower? That's boring. I thought this was no fail. Oh, wait. Oh, wait. What? Okay, bro, listen. Listen. What? Where am I supposed to go? Oh my God. I cannot make it. Oh, I can make it. Never mind. Fitta helvete. It's like that's all I get from the practice? Wow, this game. Okay. Alright, we got this. Dude, I don't want to start over, man. I already able to do the fucking first part. Hey Joe, this is so fucking annoying. Almost mixed up. Dude, my left click mouse is dead right now because of this game. That's so fucking annoying. It's so fucking annoying that I have to go through this straight line again. I'm just gonna close my eyes. Okay, that's almost bad. Oh shit! I'm still alive? I don't remember past this. Dude, I don't want to start over. It's so fucking annoying. Wait. Huh? Oh. Wow, this map is hard. This map is hard, dude. Oh my god! That took way too fucking long. That took way too fucking long. Wait, that was it? Oh, that was it. Wait, what is... Hey, what? Oh, it's just changing color. What the fuck? No! I want to go back to fucking red and blue. Actually, blue and yellow is easier. This is... No, it doesn't have yellow. Let's do orange. Isn't this that game? Muse Dash? What the fuck is this? Okay. How do I play it? Oh. Huh? Oh, okay, I get it. Ooh, it's like a guess song. Oh my fucking god. Ha! How about the other one? What? Okay, that's fucking new. Ooh. Song's jammer though. But the Muse Dash have some really good song. Ooh. Okay. Holy shit. I'm liking this beat. Okay, that's confusing. I do like the song though. Oh my lord. It's really good. Ooh. Let's go. Oh, this is really good. Ooh. Okay, I fucked up that one.
When the northern star finally falls from the vacancy of high.
Please cut the ringing. It sounds kind of like
Hola. Lil BTP123. Thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. Welcome. How you doing? Ooh. What? Okay, I clicked it, bro. Come on.
When the northern star finally falls from the vacancy of high.
It's my favorite map? Hell yeah. I can see why. Oh god. Huh? Da-da? Is that it? Okay. What? I didn't catch it. Hold up. Wait, how do I practice? I cannot shit. I don't get it.
When the northern star finally falls from the vacancy of high.
Ay, Shibal. Ah, dude, my finger's starting to hurt.
When the northern star finally falls from the vacancy of high.
Okay. No wonder it fucked me up. Okay, now remember why. Oh my god. Oh god, the visual. No, the visual's fucking me up. Oh my god. We're so close though.
When the northern star finally falls from the vacancy of high.
This game is a lot more punishing than the other rhythm game. Like, you only have 2 mistakes. 1 mistakes actually. You only allowed 1 miss.
This game claps just how I clap your mom with my cock cat boom.
Alright, dude, my fucking finger's hurting. I'm pressing the buttons way too fucking hard. Oh shit. Alright, last try. Last try and then I'm done. Finger's starting to hurt, man. It's not good.
When the northern star finally falls from the vacancy.
The problem is that in this game, I kind of smack my finger to make it on time. Okay, yeah, I'm sorry to miss everything. Oh, shit. Alright. I think I'm good. Oh my god, bro. This song's really fucking good, though. This song's a really fucking jammer. Hold up. Ski. Is he on Spotify? Midnight Wonder? Night Wonder. Is it this? No, it's different. Okay, just don't have it on Spotify. Alright. Wait, what are the settings? Perfect only mode, skip long intros after first try. Oh my god, there's an option this whole time. Motherfucker. We've been playing with the fucking blurry ass bitch. Oh my god. Feels so good. Oh my god. Visual effect. Animate speed changes icon. Show X accuracy, hit error meter. Multiple tap behavior. Wait, I want to try one more. Oh my god, the game looks so much better now. What the fuck? I didn't know there's a setting this whole time. Look at the game now. Looks so good now. Oh my god, my eyes feel so nice. Sheesh. Alright. Anyways, GG's people, GG's all around my dude. Anyways, holy shit, look at the time. Dude, what have we been streaming? 6 hours. Wait, what? Only 6 hours? This feels a little bit longer. To be fair, we did draw a little bit longer. 2.5 or 3 hours or something like that. That was nice though. That was nice. That was a nice game. Good session as well. With Drew Astolfo. And all that kind of stuff. It's pretty nice. But I gotta end the stream here. People, if you guys want to check out the things that I drew earlier today, you guys can check out it on Twitter. If you guys want a sneak peek of what I actually drew earlier, it's kabow. Oh, kablow. Yeah, it's still a work in progress. But definitely gonna continue this on the next stream. But yeah. Full HD, all that kind of stuff. I uploaded on Twitter. Check it out. Social. Exclamation social in that chat. Thank you, Mary. Or you can click in the panel down below to check out this kind of stuff. If you wanna, if you're interested. I always upload my drawings over on Twitter. Or if you just want to check out, hang out with the peeps off stream, or you want to check out my other stuff, you can check out in the Discord down below. Join up the Trap House channel. Or click the link in the chat as well. And yeah, I think that's all. As usual, probably not gonna be not gonna stream tomorrow. I'll probably gonna stream on Monday. And what else? But actually, maybe if I do stream tomorrow, I'll let you guys know. So make sure to follow me on Twitter or join the Discord, because I'll let you guys know whenever I go live. Over there, those place. SoundCloud as well. If you're interested in my music and stuff that I do here and there, check it out, SoundCloud. I actually have it in the panel down below, if I'm not wrong. Maybe not. raddtrap.live. If you want to check out all the things that I do, raddtrap.live. YouTube, SoundCloud, Discord, Twitter, all that kind of stuff. Everything's over there. Alright? I think exclamation VOD. Yeah, there you go. But other than that, thank you guys all for watching. It's been a really nice stream today. Thank you for spending your time with me, some random strangers on the internet. It's been fun. Thank you all. And of course, thank you everyone who follow the channel, whether you come with a raid or not. Thank you. Thank you, Blue Crew, Toshi, Lil B, Miles7282, Soul Dalton, and CBZ. And also, not forgetting Blue with the first sub immediately in this channel. Thank you. For subscribing to the channel. Thank you, Ray, for the 15 months. And Good Gamer for the 13 months. God damn. Thank you for the long-term support, everyone. Thank you guys all for watching. Thank you for the stream like usual. Thank you for watching as usual as well. Thank you, Payne, Nyansburn, Lil B, Saints Flow, and everyone else who's looking in the chat, watching the stream till the end of the stream. I'ma see you guys on the next one. Peace out. Take care. Much love. Follow the channel if you haven't. Twitter, Instagram. Join the Discord. The panel down below as usual. And I'll see you guys on the next one. Take it easy. Have a good one. Enjoy the rest of the weekend. Stay healthy. Drink a lot of water. Eat a lot of veggies and fruits. Exercise. Stay healthy, because I want to see you guys on the next one. With that being said, peace out. See you guys all on Monday or tomorrow. Depends. Yeah. I don't know. Alright. Peace out. Bye. Subscribe with Twitch Prime. Bye-bye.